Ena, dva. Okay. Dobro jutro. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, dear Minister Dr. Stojmenova Duh, dear Professor Phil Parker, dear panelists, dear President and members of IEDC Supervisory Board, dear faculty and alumni, dear friends and guests from 19 countries. Welcome to IEDC, to our traditional annual President's Forum entitled Artificial Intelligence, how small countries can compete against big players. Every year, we select topics for the President's Forum that are impacting business processes, regional and world economies, our environments, and above all, leadership issues. And we bring to our school prominent thought leaders from around the world. The choice of the topic for this year was easy. The artificial intelligence is a hot topic in the society, a phenomenon that is affecting our lives in many aspects, our work, management, and leadership. Artificial intelligence has become an invaluable tool for organizations to optimize operations, lower manufacturing costs, and achieve other corporate goals. With the use of forecasting, natural language processing, and other AI capabilities, managerial choices will depend more and more on technology. While AI can automate tasks, analyze data, and augment decision-making, it cannot replicate the qualities and skills of human leadership. Leadership remains a uniquely human endeavor that encompasses vision, empathy, values, and the ability to inspire others. That we are really believing that such a management school should inspire people, you can see around the school. You will see that our school is an art gallery, and more paintings are in other rooms than here, but also here we have sculptures, etc. So because we want to make people more reflective, more inspired, better people, in fact, out of the studies, what students are telling us. So that's a very important factor. And here we see the responsibility and mission, as I just said, of our efforts. We position our school as a place where leaders come to learn and reflect. Now I'm repeating, an international center of excellence in management development, a business meeting point, and a unique place where works of art complement a creative environment for creative leadership. And we need creativity also as an educational institution, because we have not only to prepare people for jobs that don't yet exist, for technologies that are not there yet, but also for social and environmental impacts that are not seen yet. So it's a very big task that management schools are having. I believe that this is the place to ask attention for the impact of AI we can see already today. The discussion on AI has some similarities with the discussion on nuclear power. In our desperate looking for energy sources, nuclear power is declared to be green by many experts, avoiding the question of nuclear waste, what has been the reason some decennia ago to go for other options. In our admiration about AI, the opportunities of AI, and mentioning the positive impact of it, we forget or avoid also to see the immense carbon footprint of training and operating the AI algorithms, and to increase environmental problems. I'm sure that our speakers today will help us to look at AI in an open and holistic way. He's looking worried, our professor. Dear guests, we are honored that Professor Philip Parker has accepted our invitation to join us today. Professor Parker is a professor of marketing at INSEAD, and INSEAD was the first school 37 years ago that we contacted, and we got 2 foreign professors, Helmut Schütte and Jean-Pierre Lehmann, And it was Helmut Schutter who was now advising me to invite him and convince him to come. So you see the 37 years friendship has not only the result, but makes something very nice. So he accepted this invitation, and we are very grateful. Professor Parker is, as I mentioned, professor at INSEAD, chair professor of management science there, and he has also taught at Harvard University, MIT, Stanford University, and University of California, and delivered courses in various countries in Africa, Middle East, Asia, Latin America, North America, and Europe. He has degrees in finance and economics and PhD from the Wharton School of University of Pennsylvania. Professor Parker has developed a number of AI-based educational platforms using automation technology or content engines which have been applied to create dashboards, AI learning hubs, and special interest search engines. These have been applied in projects sponsored by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, especially generating content and underserved languages. With this team, he has implemented a number of business model innovations, rapid prototyping, and massive rollouts. I would like to remind you that after the forum, we published the content of our traditional book of the year, which we sent as a New Year present. So everything what professors are saying, what our dear minister is saying, what other people who will put the questions, this we publish and sent on 10,000 addresses around the world as a New Year present. And interestingly, already in 2018, we had a book which was entitled Artificial Intelligence and Its Impact on Leadership with the Oxford professor. The impact on AI has since then become even more far-reaching and profound, and we shall, after the keynote lecture, dedicate 2 expert panels to exchange ideas and learn how can we, as organizations and leaders, embed the strengths of AI to react to foreseeable and unforeseeable developments and lead according to the changing circumstances. In the roundtable led by Professor Parker, 3 great experts will exchange views and experience on how small players in Slovenia, the CEE region, and beyond can compete with global players. And I'm honored to announce another special panel with which we are inaugurating the launch of the BuildEye, Bled Institute for Leadership in Digitalization and Artificial Intelligence, which we are officially establishing today with our founding partner, the company Roche Slovenia. There is Eva McClellan, so a very important person today here. The institute was established in response to the needs of companies and other stakeholders, having in mind the need to develop creative and holistic leadership in times of digitalization and AI. Professor Stjepan Orešković, where are you, Stjepan, there? Our president of supervisory board and the conceptual leader of BuildEye will host Eva McClellan, general manager of Roche Slovenia, and other prominent experts and members of the BuildEye Scientific and Business Advisory Board, and present you the main ideas today. We shall conclude our forum today with the awarding ceremony. 5 great IEDC alumni will receive the Alumni Achievement Award, a recognition for their extraordinary accomplishments. I truly hope you will enjoy it and celebrate with us and with the winners. Dear guests, before I give the floor to the minister, I would like to sincerely thank our sponsors and supporters. Elementum, the golden sponsor, thank you, President Mr. Bojan Pravica. Forum partner, the German Chamber of Commerce, AHK, Mrs. Katja Stadler, where are you sitting? There you are, Katja. Welcome and thank you. Zavarovalnica Triglav, Are you here, Mr. Jošar? Because yes, there he is, from the chief of the Skladi Triglav. Then we have Izokon, and I know that our alumnus and the president of this company, Izokon, is here. Uroš Midarić, where are you? Thank you very much. Modestly sitting there behind. Thank you. And Salonit Anhovo with Blatnik Maja and her colleague. Where are you, Blatnik? There. Thank you. And Ljubljana Airport and Klet Goriška Brda, you know, Klet Brda, Mr. Pršolja, the CEO of this company. Are you here? Not yet. He will come when we start to drink, you know. That's a great sponsor, I can tell you. We have a good wine in this school throughout the year, not only for today, you know. So, and last but not least, please note that you are sitting in the room called, after today, since, you know, this moment, called Nova Ljubljanska Banka. We devoted it to this great bank as a gesture of gratitude to for the long-standing support to our school through the Nova Ljubljanska Banka chair and other ways of support that they expressed to us. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you, sponsors, partners, and of course participants who are here today, because that's really nice to have such a great crowd of people. So, ladies and gentlemen, now is my big honor and privilege to give the floor to the Minister of Digital Transformation, Dr. Emilija Stojmenova Duh, for her address. Welcome.
Dear President of the IEDC School, dear Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, I will be very careful what am I saying right now, because I know that my words will go to 10,000 addresses around the world. Thanks for sharing that with us. But really it is a great pleasure, it is a great honor to welcome you at this important event today that outlines the importance of artificial intelligence, in particular for, I wouldn't say small, but small-sized countries as Slovenia is. We all know that nowadays we are facing an unprecedented challenges in the transformation of our economic, environmental, but also social systems. And artificial intelligence and other digital technologies that are available offer significant potential to overcome these challenges. While small-sized countries may not have the same scale and resources as large players, specialization and commitment to education and research can give them a competitive edge in specific AI domains. Countries like Slovenia can succeed in AI by focusing on areas of competitive advantage, fostering innovation, and developing a supportive ecosystem. In Slovenia, artificial intelligence is one of the high priority areas when it comes to digital transformation. We have more than 50 years of research and more than 30 years of higher education experience in artificial intelligence. We have numerous study programs in AI, and academic research in AI contribute to fostering innovation. Our national program for artificial intelligence that was adopted in 2021 supports concrete measures to ensure research, innovation, but also deployment and use of artificial intelligence systems throughout the innovation life cycle in 6 priority areas: health, industry, 4.0, public administration, language technologies, sustainable food production, and environmental and spatial planning. At this moment now, we are setting a national center for artificial intelligence, which we believe will put Slovenia among the most advanced countries by promoting research, development, and innovative use of artificial intelligence. The National Center of AI will bring together all key stakeholders of the digital ecosystem, which includes the government, then the industry, researchers, academia, as well as civil society, as we believe that best solutions can only be achieved by effective cooperation and partnerships. One of the strategic goals in our Digital Slovenia strategy that was adopted in March this year is that by 2030, at least 75% of our companies will use either cloud computing, big data, or artificial intelligence. The latest data show that the share of companies in Slovenia using big data is around 10%, while AI is used by just over 11% of the companies, and the number is a little bit better for the cloud services, so it's around 42%. You will see that there is a lot of work in front of us. But to achieve the digital decade and the digital Slovenia goals, we are promoting the deployment of new technologies in businesses by targeting measures and investments in these particular areas. For example, in Slovenia, we already have 3 European digital innovation hubs that are co-funded by the government of Slovenia and by the European Commission. And one of these digital innovation hubs is specialized also in the AI field. The mission of these hubs is to help businesses, local communities, government, and individuals to be more competitive by using digital technologies in their work processes. They offer possibilities to test before invest, to provide opportunities to enhance skills, and to find investors, as well as to strengthen the innovation ecosystem. However, in order to promote the use of AI, it is crucial to create a high level of trust. Therefore, artificial intelligence should be developed and used in a way that is responsible, focused on social good, ethical principles, and human rights. In Slovenia, we are active members at the European Union level, and we work closely with several international organizations such as UNESCO, OECD, the Council of Europe, and so on. Engaging in international research and innovation projects provides access to global expertise as well as resources. We have great expectations from the European Union Act on Artificial Intelligence. We believe that the Act has a great potential of becoming a global standard setter and could influence legal orders also beyond Europe. Another important document which foresees that AI technologies ensure the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms is the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI. In our understanding, it is our understanding that international organizations dealing with AI should all work together. Therefore, we, Slovenia, our ministry, our government, are organizing the second Global Forum on Ethics in AI in February next year, together with UNESCO, where we will invite AI stakeholders from across the world, including policymakers, best experts, thought leaders, to search for common solutions to challenges of ethics and trustworthiness of artificial intelligence. But all of this is of little help if our citizens and our companies do not know how to use artificial intelligence and other modern technologies. There is no digital transformation without digitally skilled people, just as the President mentioned earlier. Therefore, we are building digital skills and competences systematically with a particular focus on training and helping those groups that would otherwise be excluded from the digital transformation processes. For us, it is essential that users know both the advantages but also the disadvantages of using modern technologies, and that they are able to evaluate information critically and with a certain ethical maturity. Right now, a 2-day digital skills festival is taking place in another part of Slovenia, in Maribor, and this festival is organized under the European Year of Skills. With the event, we promote retraining, skilling, and upskilling in order to help people acquire the right skills for quality jobs and, more broadly, for different life circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, AI tools are getting better and better and more attractive every day, and soon they will be integral part of the vast majority of our activities. Our country, Slovenia, is well prepared to use artificial intelligence for the benefit of people and organizations. We have a clear, long-term vision and strategy for AI development. As a small-sized country, we are agile and focused, which enables us to make rapid progress. And we firmly believe that efficient collaboration and commitment to artificial intelligence excellence will provide us a meaningful presence in the global AI landscape. Thank you so much for making me possible to be together with you today.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. What an honor. Thank you very much, the IEDC, to invite me here. It's such an honor. What I would like to do is describe to you a journey that's happened with the AI lab that I've directed at INSEAD. There's 18 engineers who work with me, plus there are a couple of editors and linguists and a network of curators and freelance people that work with me. There's, in addition to that, there's Dr. Alex Koenig. You can raise your hand, Alex, who I've invited to come here to help with technology transfer and the like. What I'd like to do is kind of start with the history of this generative AI area, going back to some of the origins of it, and kind of demystify a little bit here. How many of you ever went to a spreadsheet? You had a list of data there, and you sorted it from high to low, and then said, you know, big accounts, middle, small accounts. Anyone done that sort of spreadsheet? Okay, update your resume. That's called unsupervised machine learning, okay? The big innovation in my generation was the electronic pocket calculator that was invented at Caltech in 1967. We're the only species that people know of, at least, that do square roots. The square root of 81 is 9. We have an algorithm in our heads that we've learned, and the pocket calculator would do square roots instantly. What you type in is 4 plus 4. That's called the prompt, and then it generates the answer, 8. That's called generative AI. When people look at a concept like a pocket calculator, they don't say artificial intelligence. Back then, they did. This is called the AI effect. The AI effect is anything you see today, 20 years from now, they'll just say, it's just a piece of software. So AI is a moving window. And I'd like to focus on the part that's generative in nature. And I'm going to give credit to a professor at MIT named John D.C. Little, who noticed that optical scanner data was accumulating so quickly, so much data. Remember, this is the late 70s, early 80s, where optical store scanner data was being generated, the UPC, barcodes. So much data was being generated that there weren't enough statisticians in the world that could analyze that data. So John Little came up with the idea, why not write an algorithm that mimics a statistician? It's not putting statisticians out of business, there simply aren't enough of them. And he had the artificial statistician analyze the data in real time, and then it would write a memo. It would write a memo to who? To a recipient, like a marketing manager. And it would say something like, Procter & Gamble is having a promotion in Cleveland, Ohio, and you, as a Unilever marketing manager, you can respond to that in 3 ways. And it would give a recommendation. Number 1, look at the experiment and learn from it. Number 2, exploit the experiment, tweak your products so that they will misinterpret the data. Or number 3, they've led themselves open to you getting more sales. Choose A, B, or C. That was the first application of generative AI in business, and it was the year 1990. I happened to be the grandson academically of the great John D.C. Little. His student was my professor back then. So my generation, I was working on scanner data, telecommunications data, that kind of data to see what kind of insights and information could be generated out of these data sets. Your generation, for the young people here, will call that big data. My generation called it data. Nothing really has changed fundamentally. What's happened is it's become much more popularized. And in every period in history, there's a popularization of a form of artificial intelligence. And we're going through, let's call it the generative phase, where people are now publicly witnessing things that have been around for a while, but now they're more accessible to people. So what I'd like to describe is the journey I've had, where we're going, and then get to the theme of how can a country, a people, a culture leapfrog into this area at the lowest possible cost and the lowest CO2 emissions, theoretically possible. Because as you know, if you ask someone to train a large language model like ChatGPT with minimally 4,000 graphics cards humming, that's like all of the electrical grid of some countries. It's not possible to do it. But are there ways to do it in an alternative fashion is the question. So that's what we're going to talk about. My journey started with cell site optimization modeling, where to put cell towers in a city. We would take months and months to do these studies that would be used by the telecommunications industry. I was an economist working in Washington, D.C. at the time. And I thought to myself, boy, people are interested in cellular telephones, but they're also interested in other things. And in particular, I was doing projects in Haiti, in Brazil, in Africa and elsewhere. And foreign direct investment is often conditioned on someone doing a due diligence, like an investment bank. If you can't calculate the export potential of a product, no one will invest in that country. So in Haiti, a factory might be making shower curtain rings. They might be making 6-inch nails. If there's no market research studies on those products, no one's going to invest. So in the 1990s, I came up with an idea of algorithmically creating high-end industry studies. Things like if you paid McKinsey & Company or another consulting firm to produce an industry study, they'd take 6 months and it would be about $300,000, right, to do such a study. Is it possible to have an algorithm mimic McKinsey & Company and create hundreds of thousands of different industry studies? We started investing in that idea with our lab. In the year 2000, we turned the switch and we produced about 57,000 high-end industry studies, distributed through platforms. Today's platforms, Standard & Poor's, Capital IQ, platforms like that, have been distributing these research reports that are fully algorithmically created. There are no employees, it's a box in a closet. And they've been distributed now for about 20 years. With the profits from that initiative, we noticed something in our lab. It turns out that if you go to an American bookstore, and many of you have done that, you'll notice a massive self-help section. It's huge. It's as if Americans don't know what to do, right? And then if you go to a French bookstore in France, it's very small, not many books. So the French are centered and the Americans are flipped out, right? The truth is there's just less people who speak French. So the value chain of the French language for publishing isn't that good. You go to Italian, it's worse. Arabic, really bad. You go to African languages, and there's literally nothing published in them. Things that we take for granted. So we created a money pump. With the money generated from selling industry studies to the World Bank and the IMF and Goldman Sachs, we took that money and we created language learning books, crossword puzzle books, dictionaries, games, things like that for the underserved languages of the world. About 300 languages. We were doing these and distributed with Rotary International, Adopt a Village programs, and many other different people there. To make sure that the technology was widely available, I decided to create a defensive patent. I filed it in the year 2000. And it was finally approved by the US Patent Office in the year 2007. No one wanted to approve this darn thing because it was the use of algorithms to generate original content. And it covered everything: music, radio, television, books, newspapers, everything. And the idea, this is called a defensive patent. You do the patent, and then you let anyone use it for free. So we let the patent go out, but no one could then stop someone else from doing it. The patent office didn't believe it was possible. They invited me to demonstrate to it. So I went to the patent office in DC. They asked me to write a research report on patent examiners. And I typed in a couple words, hit a button. There was a 250-page report on patent examination. And they gave me the patent the next day. From that moment, INSEAD did a press release. It showed up in the New York Times, and I was bombarded with requests. This was the year 2007, 2008. And you might remember Ask Jeeves or Ask.com or companies like that at that era. And I got one call that it was very important for our lab's work. We had a matrix, typical business school stuff, right? What's feasible, hard versus easy, and what can have impact, social impact, et cetera. And a lot of things are feasible with AI, many things, but you have to choose what you're going to work on. And the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation came to us and said, the world's poorest people are in which value chain? Agriculture. Not a lot of content in agriculture, especially in local languages. So we decided to kind of bridge that content divide. You might have read about in The Guardian or other kind of outlets that Africans are now using smartphones to get crop tips and weather reports in their local languages. So that was a platform we developed at INSEAD about 12 years ago. And it's used in about 90 countries. We don't brand it our name. It's actually used by organizations who then rebrand it under their organization's umbrella. So you might have heard of the Grameen Foundation. Other people like the European Union has been very generous in giving us money to then distribute it in various localities around the world. And that concept was quite useful, quite impactful on people's lives, very, very useful thing. But it's not very satisfactory. And the reason is many people in agriculture, the world's poorest people, want to get out of agriculture. What they're interested in is other things. Maybe they're interested in bicycle repair. Maybe they're interested in microfinance or financial inclusion. Who knows what they might be interested in? So I made a proposal to the foundation, hey, why don't we do every known product, every known concept? If we're going to use AI, you might as well cover everything, every possible subject in every possible language. And they kind of gave me some feedback saying, very interesting, Phil, but you know, we are really interested in healthcare, in polio, and in malaria. We're really interested in agriculture. This is beyond scope. But they were generous enough to give us a big grant to give it a try off of their general budget, right? And they said, Phil, whatever you do, don't ever come back. Because when you say you want to do everything, asking every 3 years for another $2 million, you know. So they use this word, make sure it's sustainable. Make sure it's sustainable. And what they meant by sustainable was actually double-edged sword. They actually meant profitable. But to make it profitable, you have to have a lower marginal cost and a lower fixed cost, which meant what? Burn the least amount of electricity possible. Because whenever you talk about AI, there is a cost. And it's not, as you mentioned, it's not trivial. So we have this interesting dilemma. How do you solve the problem of the lack of content in this world, and at the same time make sure that any country or culture can adopt it at the lowest possible cost? So 5.5 years ago, we set out on a journey to try to solve that problem. You're the first audience, public, that's going to see what we've come up with. What I'm going to show you will be available in the year 2024 in various forms and various places. And so it's a big honor for me to show you some of this stuff. What I'm going to do is give you a starting point of what the problem is. And you will have noticed that there's a very fancy graph, pieces of paper there that was given to you. I'm not going to talk about that until after the question and answer. Some of the guests here need to leave us at about 11 o'clock for some urgencies. So I'm going to go to 11 o'clock, and then what's going to happen is, okay, maybe not. But if someone says, hey, where do you get the data from? And hey, what algorithm do you use? I'm going to talk about that fancy flow chart that was handed out. There's no need to be coy about this. I'll be totally overt to what we do. You know, that we're an open book. We're an open book. All right. So I'm going to skip over to some boring transparencies here. Let me turn this thing on. A little optical mouse here. Let's see if I can get it going. All right, here we go. Let me just show you here a little story here. People talk about generative AI in very broad terms because they're used to ChatGPT. But it's been around a long time, this concept. And there's two types, just broadly speaking. Sorry to be a professor here at this point. One is called data reduction. You have massive amounts of data and you reduce it down to a little blurb. Gives you an answer. That's reduction. There is an alternative that's also important. It's called expansion. This is a line in a database. Imagine the archives of a country that has massive amounts of cultural heritage, huge amounts, and it's hidden in a database that looks like that. What would an expert do if they saw that line and had to communicate it to someone else, as if it was a calculator? Tell me about that line of data. That's called data expansion. This is the answer to that line. That's what this line means, and it's more human readable. You can understand what this is. There's a massive amount of locked up knowledge, inherent insight, that's locked up in databases that are in really ugly formats. So there's two types, data reduction, data expansion. These two types of AI our lab has been working on for many different things, and I'm going to give you a few demonstrations of those technologies, so you get to see a flavor for what that is. We've done high-end industry studies, math books, spelling books, mobile apps, video games, encyclopedic works, poetry, all of these kinds of things we've been doing for about 25 years now. One of the questions we're asking is, can generative AI generate an entire industry? A company like Google might have 10,000 engineers working on search. What are they doing, these engineers? They're typing code. Well, code is text. Can I have an engine that writes an engine so I don't need 10,000 engineers to create a search engine, for example? Is that possible? So 5.5 years ago, we started thinking about it. Is that even feasible to actually do that? So people can get into an area or an industry if the entire industry has been pre-programmed. So that way the requirement for HR, for human resources, go down, because often there's a shortage of human resources. And can we do it so that there's actually no use of massive amounts of energy at the same time? Basically, is it possible for a country or an organization or a culture to launch into big tech for the price of opening up a McDonald's restaurant, as opposed to having massive billions of dollars of funding going in? So that was the fundamental question. Here is the dilemma I like to present it as. This is Wikipedia. I love Wikipedia. We all love Wikipedia as a source, but there is something strange about it. And it's this power curve. Very few languages have a lot of articles. This is this language gap problem. English has 6.5 million articles. And imagine you're someone who speaks Kikuyu in Kenya, and you type in lump in breast in Kikuyu. What will you find on the internet? Nothing. There are no results found. No one's written anything on it. So you go to the national language. In Kenya, that's Swahili. Lump in breast. And what do you discover? No results found. Why? Because Swahili is missing 99.4% of the content that happens to be available in English as a language. And often people don't know how to type the words in English because their primary language gives them the direction of what they're searching for. Right? So even then, you're missing even more information. We call this a content divide or a content gap. Why is that? Why do we have this power curve? Because human beings are writing Wikipedia articles. It's costly. People are busy. They don't have time to do this. And if we wait, how long will it take to actually achieve such a thing? So basically, the concept we wanted to do was eliminate this gap. But in addition to that, within the English language, over 90% of the articles in English, as an example, are actually just one line. There actually isn't much content. Why? Because it's costly for having humans to write those articles, and it probably will never be done. So for example, you have subjects like this, human problem solving. It's literally one line in Wikipedia. That's a big area in the field of AI, and yet there's nothing available on the subject. There are many that are simply missing. Vaping, peeling. Peeling is a huge industrial process. There's chemical peeling, industrial peeling, etc. And there's just nothing found on the subject area. And it turns out to be very important for agriculture, conservation policy, etc. And why is that? Why is it there's a lot of content missing out there? It's because often human beings will tell other human beings to use certain criteria before they write anything. Think of it as like an editor of a newspaper telling the journalist to follow these instructions. In the area of Wikipedia, they have a couple of criteria. They're interesting. You should only use acceptable knowledge. And it says here, only cite reputable publishers of high-quality newspapers, like the New York Times. Now, that's problematic at a number of levels. There are many people who don't think the New York Times is necessarily the most reputable outlet for many different subject areas. For some, it's very reputable, but for others, it's not. More importantly, most cultures do not have a New York Times. So there's no one reputable to actually cite within many cultures or contexts. There's no New York Times for physics, for example, or chemistry. The second one, notability. This is interesting. It says the editors themselves will decide what articles are published in Wikipedia based on their belief of how notable the subject is. And many people have said that that criteria has led to Wikipedia being dominated by 3 different groups. The first is London, the second is New York, and the third is San Francisco, Silicon Valley. There'll be an article about Half Moon Bay. It's a little bay near Stanford University. But what about all the bays in India and Indonesia? Why don't they get a Wikipedia article? They'll notice that there'll be an article about a restaurant in New York. What about all the restaurants in the world? What makes one restaurant more valuable than another restaurant, right? And then the last one was like Let It Be, the song, Let It Be, the Beatles. Why does it get a Wikipedia page? Why not all of the songs of all of the cultures of the world? Why shouldn't they get pages, etc.? So these simple little criterias leak into our society. We almost don't even know them. But the beauty of some kind of algorithms is that we can remove certain things, but we have to do it in an ethical and responsible way. How do you do that to avoid having pollution of content? Right? So that's a very difficult thing. How do we do that? So our lab set apart to have this as a goal. We want to have curve B. You remember curve A was that many languages don't have content. Well, let's just obliterate that. Let's take care of that once and for all. You can't do it with humans. It's simply not possible. It would take centuries to do this, and it probably would be incomplete and out of date by the time you did do it. So this is an area where I enjoy working on AI. Our lab works on problems that humans haven't been able to solve, as opposed to replacing humans. It's more of a productivity enhancement tool. How can we do that? So here it goes, the philosophy of the first examples I'm going to show you. You ask high school students or INSEAD MBAs, roughly the same backgrounds, and you say, what is this? And they'll say things like cheese or film or something like that. That's like going to a search engine and saying, what is BASS? What is that word? It's a fish, it's a guitar, it's a musical key. What is that? If we accept what the engine tells us, that's a monolithic perspective that comes from the engineer who's guessing what they think you need. Monolithic perspective. The answer to the question about what that thing is, it's a bear climbing a tree. You can't see the bear, you only see the paws, right? How do I know it's a bear climbing a tree? Because someone let someone walk around the tree. So for any known concept, it's a multivariate problem. Many different perspectives can happen at the very same time. The question is, who gets to choose the perspectives? Well, one is, don't have someone choose except the person individually themselves. Give people the ability to walk around the tree and discover a subject from every dimension. People often ask our lab, so how do you know what's the truth? That's like asking, who is Donald Trump? What's the truth? Well, the truth is there's many perspectives on that question. Would you agree? Okay, well, let's show the perspectives. Because the truth is, there are many perspectives, right? So that's the philosophy. Here's from you, for the folks that have business school degrees, this is the value chain of content creation. Upstream in blue, you have data. It's messy. There's RSS feeds, there's images, there's data, there's stuff in archives, there's pieces of paper that someone needs to digitize. It's in many different formats. And then the second phase is what? An editor human decides with that content, let's create this out of that content. And then other people follow those instructions, the third blue box, and they follow it and implement it, and a reader reads it, right? The example I'm about to show you, which we call Bodopedia, has algorithmically mimicked all of that first 3 boxes. Data discovery, data cleaning, data scoring, etc. All the rules that people can come up with, and then the creation of content within all those rules, across every perspective. We do have one filtering thing. My lab will not work on anything that involves pornography or adult content. One of the very important things we have is whatever this thing does, it cannot do something illegal. And for many countries in the world, especially where I am based in Singapore, that kind of content is simply illegal. And it's illegal in many places, so follow the law. So as a minimal thing, always follow the law. So what I'm going to show you is a difference in magnitude of what happens when you turn on a button. And I'll show you a demonstration of this in a minute. But you'll notice there for surnames, my surname, Parker, has a Wikipedia page because there's some Parkers. Remember, very London, New York focused. There's a lot of Parkers that have some notability, right? But what about all the other surnames of the world? Well, shouldn't everybody's last name get a Wikipedia page? Why not, right? YouTubers. There's 4,000 YouTubers who have Wikipedia pages. Well, why not have every YouTuber get a Wikipedia page? Researchers, same idea, 21 million versus 87. Chemicals, places, IP addresses, plants, etc. Why not everything be covered? If it exists in nature, why not have a Wikipedia page? Because someone might care about it. And then hopefully do all of the work of a Wikipedia editor so that they can then write a Wikipedia article starting from something that's already pre-written. And then they can edit over it, make their judgments, basically reducing the labor costs for the next person in the content industry, in essence. So let me give you a quick online demos of some of this stuff. Otherwise, it looks rather sci-fi. Okay, let me turn this mouse on. Okay, so let's look at a few demos here. This is the first one that the Gates Foundation funded. It's called Proto4U. I've been told that roughly 500,000 biologists and biodiversity experts use this portal that we created at INSEAD. It's hosted by my lab. And a group of very good taxonomists and botanists were doing plant summaries, a summary of what a plant is. And the reason they do these summaries is that a Wikipedia page doesn't really go in depth as to what a plant can be used for. And in the world of biodiversity, and this one's dedicated to Africa, often plants are used for many different things. They're used for medicinal purposes, fuel purposes, food security, many different criteria. They were doing roughly 100 plant profiles a year. Roughly. The problem was they wanted to do all plant species. And the cost was millions of dollars for a 3-year budget to do 100 per year. There's 1.2 million plant species, cultivars, and subspecies. It would take centuries to do this work. So they invited our lab to kind of collaborate. We collaborate with people. We don't impose things on people. We collaborate. And I asked them, would you mind if we saw how you do these plant sheets? So we sat down together, and they literally described what experts do to write plant fact sheets. We then had coders replicate what the experts did, replicating their logic on how they did it. The degree to which a plant is used for medicinal uses. This is a 3-star one, this is a 2-star one, a 1-star. How do we come up with these rating systems? Each one of these is its own independent algorithm. So you're looking at hundreds of algorithms to do this kind of work. And it was simple. You simply go into a medical database like NCBI or PubMed. You find out if a plant is found a lot. If it is, probably a 5-star. If it's not found at all, probably a 1-star. And then we had experts vet the output. There's training and testing in AI where you get a big database, you train it, you test it. We add one last element, which is called vetting. Make sure experts vet to make sure it's publishable or not. Never producing if someone hasn't fully reviewed all of it. Otherwise, it's way too dangerous to put stuff out. And then, based on this rating system, et cetera, then out can come basic plant profiles, information, et cetera. And one of the things that I believe is important for responsible AI, one of the things I think is a big deal, is provenance. Where did the conclusion come from? If you don't know where it came from, you don't have much confidence on the output necessarily. So this is a plant fact sheet, and you'll notice it has a lot of contextual information, but more importantly, it has this chromosome number, 2n equals 20. That's an important number to a plant expert. And so they said, make sure that we can find out where this information came from. So you can always click to the source information from which that conclusion was derived. And so if you could think of it this way, we programmed every element of what experts had done, and then we turned the computer loose, then we had vetters vet it, and then we posted it online, and now people are using this content. And we don't get complaints, and there's some content added as time goes on, of course. It's a simple process. Now let's go to beyond agriculture. I'm going to show you the problem that someone who speaks Kikuyu. You type in a number like that, and this is what someone gets on Google if you speak Kikuyu. No results found. Okay? Now, why is there no results found? Because in the value chain, you go upstream to a place called Wikipedia. And I don't want to pick on Wikipedia. It's just an example of a content creator using rather human methodologies. I type that number in, as you expect, there's no results found. That makes total sense. You know, it's not an important number, let's say. It's not notable. But some numbers are notable. The number 66 has a Wikipedia page in 73 languages. I don't know what that number has, but it's pretty popular. There's another number, which is 636, which doesn't have a page. It has one line. 636 is right there. And you'll notice an academic put a footnote there. Now, academics want to be in Wikipedia because they can use that for their case profiles, right? Their promotion profiles. And so an academic put a footnote there. Now, why this academic? I'm sure a lot of other academics have talked about the number 636, right? Etc. So it shows you that some have one line, some have no pages, and it's rather intuitive. Boxing, very popular, right? But peeling doesn't get a page. Doesn't get a page, even though it's important to some people. You type in the word human problem solving, right? This is a big area in AI, huge. Because if you write algorithms, it's on that subject, typically. It's literally one line. This is it. This is the Wikipedia article in English. It's not in any language. It's never been translated. And it's a book by Herbert Simon, which is a really important book, actually, in the subject area. However, there's a bit more to the subject than what the book is, right? And so it's kind of unusual. And then you type in conservation policy. Conservation policy is something that came about 100 years ago by a rough-riding president of the United States named Theodore Roosevelt. It's in most encyclopedias. You can find conservation policy. In Wikipedia, it forwards to the National Environmental Policy Act of 1970s. Basically, it doesn't exist in Wikipedia, but it exists in other encyclopedias. So there's a disparate type of mosaic there. Across languages, it's kind of chaotic. Okay, our project, which will be released in this 2024 season coming up, so here comes the debut of it. You type in anything. This is a number. It uses what's called natural language understanding, NLU. It looks at it and says, oh, that's a number. If I had to write the gold standard Wikipedia page, what would it be? I did not decide. An expert curator did. So we sat down with mathematicians and said, if you had to have the gold standard for a number, what would it be? And they start with number theory. That was the conclusion of our curators. And then they said, well, you want to go through what the number is. It's a notation, a numeral. Remember this from elementary school? Is it a real number, an integer, a fraction, a decimal fraction, a rational number, irrational, imaginary, prime, partition, Bernoulli transformation, all that stuff, which, frankly, I didn't remember at all. Here's this exchange rates, here's area different conversions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because the computer has absolutely no idea what it's doing, it's not thinking. It's just obeying the commands of an expert system that was designed for the generative output, right? It doesn't matter what the language is. I'm going to use Amharic, an Ethiopian language, so you can see the font difference there for folks in the back where it might be difficult. So this is now an article in the Amharic language. And it's not a translation of the English, because that would be inappropriate. Because in Amharic, there is no concept for the word integer. It has to be explained. So it's not just rote translation of some English thing. It has to be something within the context of the culture, kind of localized for the people that speak that language. Because often, as you know, languages often don't translate between different concepts. And it goes through the same thing. So what you're looking at is literally 1 billion articles across every number, and it doesn't know what the number is. Part of the subtlety of generative technology is understanding that a number is not just a number. It depends on what the number is. A verb is not a verb. It depends on what type of verb it is. So I took out a few digits there. Do you notice that? I trimmed the digits. It's doing another page. To a mathematician, they care about this. Small order integers are different than large order integers. A small integer might be a key to an encryption algorithm across multiple equations. So they care about this stuff. Do you remember the footnote that I showed you for the number 363, an academic? Well, what other equations could have generated 636? So you need a reverse lookup across all known equations that generate integer sequences. So to me and you, unless some of you are mathematician cryptographers, we just don't care about this, right? Who cares? But to that group of people, they care a lot. And so what you're going to see here at the bottom is the footnotes dynamically created based on that number. So all academics are cited for their equations that intersect with that number. So is it a power function? Is it a prime, non-prime, pseudo-prime, semi-prime function? What function could have possibly generated that number? For us, we don't care. But for the other people who care about that kind of thing, it's kind of a breakthrough for them. And no human being would ever write that page. Because that number, who cares, right? Peeling, another example. What should you expect to come out of this? What should you expect to have? Well, the idea of the project is to reduce the cost to someone writing a new Wikipedia article. We're not trying to replace Wikipedia, just reduce the cost of someone writing an article. So we do all the work for them ahead of time as much as possible. It starts with a disambiguation at the top. Types of peeling, depth peeling, peeling theorem. Then definitions of peeling. Why? Because every Wikipedia article starts with a definition, typically. That's the first paragraph. Well, okay, well, here's some definitions you can use. And with provenance, where does it come from? Then, encyclopedias. Why do we include encyclopedias that already covered the subject? Because that's the history of encyclopedia writers. Diderot, the famous French encyclopedist of the 1700s, wrote an encyclopedia about universal knowledge. The Brits copied it and called it Britannica. The Americans copied that and called it Funkin' Wagnalls. Encarta copied that and called it Encarta. I'm sorry, Marx. And then later came Wikipedia. Encyclopedias have a methodology to copy each other and rewrite stuff. It's as old as encyclopedias. So why not just include the ones that already exist? Then you have alternative perspective. This is walking around the tree to discover the bear. This paragraph was not using a large language model. It's using something else. It's using what's called NLP, it was mentioned earlier, natural language processing. We ingested the entire corpus of digitized information. This is petabytes of data. And then everything written was scored on how didactic it was. Do you remember in the plant thing, it's how medicinal use, 1-star versus 5-star? We judged every single paragraph ever written that was ever digitized on how likely it was to explain a concept from an educational point of view. Because that's what encyclopedias do. They try to educate upon a subject. So that paragraph scored the most, the one I highlighted there. It had the highest score, and it starts with peeling is an important unit operation in food processing that prepares fruits and vegetables. That scored the most, and it has the provenance of the authors there you can see. So we know who wrote that thing. It wasn't generated by a computer, it was compiled by a computer, much as a Wikipedia editor compiles information. So this automation is compiling already human assets, cultural assets at this point. And this is the second scoring one. Here are different types of peeling. How do we know what types of peelings to include in this article? Bar peeling, chemical peeling, all these different types of peeling. How did we determine that? We didn't. The algorithm simply let the data do the talking. We did not put our influence in this thing. We said human nature has developed these kinds of peelings, and that we let it decide what those are. So we don't get involved in decision-making processes or any of that kind of filtration. As we go down, you'll notice there's many different expressions. There's advice on peeling, and there's different subject areas that it intersects with. Fashion, food, hobby, etc. That's kind of interesting, that density function. It says that within a graph, that concept relates to that concept that relates to that concept. So you can walk farther back from the tree or look at it very close. The example I like using is coffee. If I type in the word coffee, let's put in the word coffee there. And what we get is an article rewritten for coffee. And what's interesting about it is it follows the same pattern you can see. Here's a bunch of encyclopedias, that have covered the subject area, etc. And the density function, right here, of where it covers, this graph here, it says, well, coffee is largely a food thing. That's where the most, density, the density of the graph, it's very concentrated around food. But you do see fashion. Naturally, we wouldn't expect fashion and coffee to be related, unless maybe it's the color of a fabric, maybe, or something. You click on this, and it says, well, it intersects with alternative fashion, body piercing, costumes, hair care, fashion, etc. Body piercing. How does body piercing, a nose ring, relate to coffee? Well, someone out there advised, don't drink coffee before you get your nose pierced. And you click on it, and you get provenance. Who said that? Well, there she is. Here's where she said it. So the provenance has to exist. You cannot try to fool people into believing something that's not true. Now, I've showed you a couple.
We have one of the most famous coffee producers here.
Yes, yes. A little warning on the label for the Illy coffee: don't pierce your body. You know. I'm a big fan, by the way, sir. I'm a big fan. I cannot tell you how much of a fan I am. Okay. Again, an honor. Okay. Let me show you some other templates here that our curator said you got to do this. I'm going to show you some. This one is song. You notice how there's no song search engine on Google, for example? It's very frustrating for people in music. They want to know who might be stealing their songs, intellectual property right, digital rights management. So I'm dating myself here. I type in the word thunderstruck, right? AC/DC, Highway to Hell, #1 when I was in high school. And these are the different songs that happen to use that word thunderstruck. Every song that's ever been written with that is in this thing. And you can listen to them, etc. But I want to know in depth, is that really using my intellectual property or not? Well, you click on the music score, and it lets you listen to that music score. So you can judge for yourself, is that really my song? Audio should go up at this point. I don't know if he has it back there. Now, can you hear it faintly? Okay. So you have that kind of, thunderstruck song thing. All right, let me show you another one. Are you familiar with like the United States Library of Congress? The Brits have the same thing, etc. These are huge cultural treasures. I mean, these are amazing. And the U.S. Library of Congress, for example, is very big on looking at every known photograph or image about the United States from the beginning of the daguerreotype. So we're looking at the 1840s and 50s. Every single image that they could find, they actually replicated in the archives. The problem is they're not on HTML pages. You have to do a deep dive crawl inside their archives and pull them out. So we did that at the United States. We found out the Brits had done that. The Japanese, the Australians, the New Zealanders, every country in the world has these archives. So what we decided to do was deep crawl all of them, pull out all the content, and then harmonize the metadata. So that way you could search across archives. And this is kind of what it looks like. Now, for Wikipedia editors, this matters because they want to put a public domain image inside their articles. They want to choose what kind of cool images to use. So why not just show every possible image that exists? So this is the first, I typed in the word supermarine. This is the first supermarine output that has in photographic format. Here's the next one. So it was largely a float plane, hence the marine. And then World War II broke out, and you have different images, different things associated with that word, squadrons, airplanes, etc. I could just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. It's like the history of photography or a subject across photography over time. That idea came from a historian who's in our project. So we use experts to tell us what is a good use of the AI where humans aren't doing it yet. And this was our historian. We had another person in this thing. We had musicians, we have historians. This one's interesting. Google as an employer. Google as an employer. Many students want to get a job. And they'll notice that Wikipedia pages are scrubbed of the information they would want to have. People rewrite Wikipedia pages from a corporate public relations point of view. And what you want is inside knowledge, really quick and dirty, about a company. So this is an example. So we're doing every company in the world. Google is known by these different names. Here's things that, that describe Google in research, etc. Here's their patents. Here's their trademarks. Here's the contracts they have with the US government. Here's the wages they pay by city, by job. Here's the different job titles they have. Here's the occupations. Here's actual employees, if you want to interview them, etc., in Google that have been publicly disclosed. Here's their legal counsel, so they got quite a few lawyers here. Here's the locations of Google where they have operations. Here's where they get their H-1B visas from, mostly from China, India, and Canada. This is where they have to have master's degrees in computer science. They mostly, once they're employed in Google, they mostly donate to the Democrat Party in the United States. This is kind of interesting. These are their joint ventures around the world. Oh, and here's news about Google. Now, this is walking around the tree. We have an algorithm that detects if a subject is not covered to the same degree across different news outlets, which are judged to be, via algorithm, left or right leaning, politically. So, walk around the tree. Here is Google as a subject from the right. Here's Google as a subject from the left. This is an algorithm that's on the computer's laptop, not on my server. We're going to talk about that. One of the ideas we had at the beginning was, is it possible to have the search engine on my machine, not on someone else's machine, and to have it on the edge? So that's saved on my machine, encrypted. It goes to my server in RAM. It feeds back and authors that page for me. Because it's in RAM, it's ephemeral data, I don't have to have a log file. If I don't have a log file, I don't have server farms burning electricity. In essence, it's highly adaptive to the user without having to track the user. The user simply has to choose or feel free to change the algorithm in real time. That's something that we're going to talk about a little bit later. I can also invent templates. Let's do Danica, Parker, name. Now, I don't even know if there's a person alive with that name. I've never met that person. But can it generate an article for me on that person? Well, some of you know in business, any two proper nouns signal something. What does it signal? Well, this proper noun combination pair signals that it is probably the name of one or more individuals, fictional, deceased, living, or yet to be born. This is the probability distribution of that. In other words, this is made up data, but it's saying it's made up. It's a probability distribution, right? It's not saying anything for sure. Probably that name is Danica Parker, not Parker. Danica. The order is probably, D then P, right? Probably a female with a 98% probability, probably cisgender, heterosexual, largely lives in the United States, maybe in the UK, is probably Christian, has brown hair or black hair maybe, largely donates to both Democrats and Republicans. Their genes came out of Africa, ended up in the UK, had a little bit of Viking blood in there, and they went across the world. Okay? Generative output, right? So in essence, every known thing that exists or may potentially exist can be generated for. Go a little bit farther. Let's say Slovenia is a very interesting country, but there are physical people versus virtual people, e-people, Twitter accounts, Facebook accounts, TikTok, etc. So in Slovenia, what are the Twitter accounts for that node geographically in a map? And what you discover is this is the most there. Feel Slovenia, Team Slovenia, Discover Slovenia. These are the ones that have the most cross-influence around the world. And then here's some accountants, activists, actors, architects, artists. You get the idea. Baker, bartenders, bloggers, broadcast, Buddhists in Slovenia, chefs, Christians, conservatives, etc. And because I might be interested in a subject, whatever it might be, I can then drill down in that and then have a page generated for that account, right? Because Wikipedia had pages for Twitter accounts. So let's do them all, right? And so this is what this Twitter account's about. Got a lot of followers. Here's a little snippet of it, etc. And the probability that's in an active account. It's a very active account, that one. So think of every social media habit, every person, place, and thing has a page generated algorithmically. We have a set of about 200 curators right now testing this, giving us feedback, and in 2024, we're going to start giving this out as a public access thing, because you want to be careful before you launch something too early, right? But there you go. That is a content engine, a content generator. And it was using a combination of rule-based and non-rule-based. What's rule-based AI? A pocket calculator. Do you want a pocket calculator to ever use machine learning? Do you want it to learn? No. You want it to follow the rule. Machine learning is not necessarily a good thing. You want it to be rule-based AI is always superior to non-rule-based. except in edge cases. Like what? Do you remember the first computer programs that played chess? Do you remember those early chess games? They were hard, and they could beat 98% of people. They were rule-based, but they could not beat a grandmaster. Do you remember that? Deep Blue, IBM? Okay. So what happened? Let's apply neural networks. Let's apply, deep learning algorithms and watch people play chess and learn what are good strategies. That's non-rule based. It infers good things from the data. This is why ChatGPT has been kind of criticized, and other large language models, by the way, not just ChatGPT. I don't want to single anyone out. It's why some of these online chatbot things give weird answers or they hallucinate. It's because they're not rule-based. So rule-based algorithms, our lab generally uses like 98% of it is for that purpose. Why? It's simply too dangerous not to. The problem is, how many rules are there for what we do as humans? Thousands. So imagine you had thousands and thousands of rules in a computer. It's getting closer and closer to what I'm going to now transition to. Before I go on, is there any off-the-cuff question about where I'm going? I'm now going to pivot into this how a small country can compete against a big country story. It's like how a lab of 5 guys can do a bunch of plant science. Okay? It's by modeling the experts. That's the trick. Model the experts. We're good? All right. What I just described to you is an n-dimensional graph, very complex graph. Every known subject area is mapped to every known subject area across over 100 languages. In that graph, you can put a pin in the graph. I'm interested in Buddhism, and it starts from there. I'm interested in Buddhism, jazz, and fly fishing. Now it starts from 3 areas. Where do you determine where the pin should be? Most of our humanity over the last, 35 years or so, we've let companies determine where the pins go. That right hasn't been given to us. And so we decided at the lab to say, okay, now we've got this big graph. How do we democratize it and make it individualized so anyone can determine what they want to see in the graph, as opposed to me guessing what I think they should see? And so I want to show you this idea. Have you ever gone to a large search engine, Bing, Yahoo, Google, etc., and you'll notice at the top it'll say images, books, right? Who determined that, actually? That wasn't me. That's an algorithm their engineers came up with. What if I'm a fly fisherman? I've been looking at the lake out here with a lot of interest. I enjoy kayak fly fishing on the Puget Sound, saltwater kayak fly fishing. It's a lot of fun. And that's what I enjoy. So what would my tabs be? I'd probably be interested in rods, reels, hatches, destinations, tides. I don't want that other stuff, but I can't manipulate it. I can't do that. I don't have the power to do that. So 5 years ago, we said not only do we need to solve the content gap, that curve, but we also need to make it so that the users can decide what content gap perspective they'd like to be solved at the same time. Because African farming is not at all like Australian farming. We have to let people decide that. All right, so we came up with the idea of creating a content engine that you can search on. When I went to the Gates Foundation for the very first time, Google was there, some engineering firms were there, and we're all debating about how to solve the problem in Africa for agricultural information. The fellow from Google said, we don't generate content, we index it. And so we eventually got the contract to do this thing, and that notion stuck with me. So why don't we have generative content first if no humans created it? And then if you can't find anything else, okay, let's do internet web scraping stuff, which is what we're used to. That was kind of the order of events we started with. So I'm going to show you something. And again, I'm not trying to criticize, I don't want to criticize Google, Wikipedia, anybody, but it's a point in case. I'm on a VPN, I'm on a IP address from Slovenia right now. I'm going to type in the word Christina. I know that's not necessarily the spelling that you folks would use necessarily for the word Christina, but what do you see? You see Christina Aguilera, wall to wall to wall. That's kind of wild. It's the same person over and over again, largely. If I type in the word Luke, I get Luke Skywalker over and over again. If I type in Mark, right? You got, etc. Now that's okay, but what if I want to change it and I want to be focused on some community of some sort? So I'm going to show you a little idea here. This is a search engine that was created by an algorithm. So there's no separate search engine. It's an engine that now generates engines, thousands of them, hundreds of thousands. This is for Singapore. Notice the brand name at the top, it says okrla.sg. Now we just reserved that as a project name. I'll probably sell it to somebody one day, right? okrla.sg. You say that word to any Singaporean, and I don't care who they are, they will smile immediately. They'll go, that's Singaporean. Instantly. It's the most used phrase in their language. If things are going bad, okay la. Things are going good, okay la. It's like everything okay la. Crazy, right? And then I type in Christina. Okay, now what's happened here is I put a pin in the graph, and that pin in the graph is Singapore itself. It's not the keyword of Singapore, it's the community of Singapore. Things in the graph that are not too distant, like body piercing to coffee, right? It's in the graph of Singapore. And I want to look at the images. I'm using images because it's very visual. You can see it. And this is the Christina output for just one pin in the graph. Very different. In Singapore, when I've shown Christina, you'll get Christina Aguilera just like you did here. You can visually see that one small manipulation, just geography, has a dramatic effect on what people see. It elevates the heroes of a local culture, or it elevates things that your community might be interested in with much less repetition. You don't see the same person over and over and over again, right? And that's just one thing. I'll give you another example of this. This is another project name, YetWave, BASS, right? What is this thing? What is this? It's a guitar, it's a fish, it's ambiguous, right? It's an ambiguous concept. And that's what you would expect to see. But I'm a mathematician, darn it. I don't care about any of that stuff. I'm going to drag and drop. Now, forgive me, you'll have to watch my screen here. I'm going to drag and drop and put equation there at the top. I click on this. Now I'm building my own search engine. Now, most people will never do this, right? This equation thing. But I'll notice suggest it because they typed in the word Laplace transforms. That person probably thinks about equations, right? And then we used mathematicians to tell us what the output should optimally look like. They told us they wanted it in LaTeX format or MathML format. They also want to know the provenance of the equation itself. Who is using that equation? You can click on it and we literally show the graph of where it came from. So it's not independent. We reveal the source of that, the provenance on it. Someone says, well, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in coding. And I type that in, BAS encoding. So there are codes about the BAS model, for example, in coding. You'll notice that ChatGPT and other types of platforms, they generally give you one snippet. Here's the perspective I think you should see. One snippet. And for people who do computer coding, they all know there's many different ways to code the same thing. Some are very efficient, some are, you burn a lot of energy, some are very, more efficient, etc. So instead of showing one snippet, we let people look at, 21 different snippets for the same darn thing, etc. In addition to that, someone says, well, does coding relate to love? The graph will tell you if it's related to love. And it'll find the most proximate things in coding to the word love. Someone else might say, well, no, I'm interested in love for a different reason. I'm interested because I'm interested in the Bible, for example. I put that up there, and here's about biblical references across different languages, etc. Someone will say, well, I'm not interested in the Bible. I'm interested in the Quran, right? I'll put that up there, the Quran. Or I'm interested in fake news. I'm going to click on fake, and I'll see everybody's fake news, etc. Don't hide it. Let people walk around the tree. Because if you want to know what fake news is, you have to know what real news is. Therefore, you have to know both. It's not easy to know what fake news is unless you walk around the tree. This is flyfishingsearch.com. I type that in, and here you go. This is pornography for a fly fisherman. You want to know every fish. I'm interested in Arctic grayling, etc. This is a chess search engine. I type in the word Gary, right? I type in Gary, and what would you expect to see? Probably things related to a grandmaster chess champion, right? But if I go to a pasta search engine, I got this idea from Barilla, an Italian company. You go here and you say images, different Garys, probably people related to chefs and things. What the heck? Let's just put coffee here and see what we get. Okay, coffee search engine on your way. So here's how, this is the speed of generating a coffee search engine. Here you go, there's a coffee search engine, and I type in Italy or something like that. I hit images, let's see what, I've never done this before, we'll see what happens. So we've reoriented it, and so this is all about coffee, the coffee community in Italy and things like that, kind of interesting. Here's another one for African Americans. This was interesting. I approached a company called BET, Black Entertainment Television Folks. I did a focus group of folks from there. And the question is, are search results buried for minority communities within Google? Are they actually not there? You type in certain words like bill, or you type and you get invoices and maybe Bill Gates. You type in music, and you get certain results like notes and things like that. You type in Nina, and you get search results like this. If we put, and this is not using the skin color of people, it's the community of people that are supported by those nodes in the graph. And you type in Nina, and of course you see, as you would guess, anyone want to take a wild guess who we see? Nina Simone, right? And you see things like that coming up. So you see a lot of things. If you type in the word Bill, you get Bill Withers, right? Ain't no sunshine when you're gone kind of stuff, etc. You type in music, etc. And this is very important for some communities because you type in the word physics and you think there's no African Americans who do physics. And that's because MIT, Stanford, and whatever have their physicists, they link to each other, high SEO, and you just don't see the communities. They just vanish off the internet, basically. This is one for Slovenia. I'm going to do Christina. Hit this. See what happens. And it's a different look than Christina Aguilera, although she is there. But it's from a website from Slovenia, etc. Let's just do Danica. We should do that. Let's see. I've never done this before. This is live. This is so risky. What happens? Okay, so here's a bunch of Danicas. I don't know, going across Danicas in the Slovene community. Okay, Croatia, Bosnia, Austria, Serbia, Romania, Poland, Macedonia, Brazil, Albania, Hungary, etc. So that is how you make an engine, which means you simply have to find a natural owner in a country who would want to invest in such a thing. I'm going to go a little bit farther now. In many cultures and countries, there's a lack of real-time news. This is especially acute in the United States, I learned. They're called news deserts. Small communities used to have newspapers. They were in paper format. As people published those paper formats, they distributed them by hand. About 40 years ago, the cost of paper got so high that many newspapers would go bankrupt because it was just not a big readership. The ones who survived started reducing the numbers of pages. They got thinner and thinner. And then about 25 years ago, they started launching digital versions of their newspaper. Then the print paper went under. Then the digital went under because you need a web developer, you need all of that stuff. In essence, it's vanishing. There's about 2 newspapers per week that vanish in North America. They're just going under all over the place. The fixed costs are too high to actually support local news. And we noticed that was true in Africa as well. If there is a pest or disease that's coming out in a community, people need to know about it to take precautions. So we started working on generating algorithmically news where news is a desert. For a place like New York City, there's no shortage of news. It's for the underserved communities. So we just tried to create a news engine that would algorithmically generate for the news search. You know, news search within a Google or search engine? Well, for most communities, there isn't anything there. So let me just show you that. News. So this is a newspaper for Medford, Oregon, which recently had a bankruptcy of its local newspaper. You'll notice events, things like that. Now, how did we come up with this idea? The way our lab approaches AI is we literally say, what is the expertise, what is the intelligence of what people did to create newspapers in the first place? What did they do? How did they do it? What was their logic? What was their algorithm? So if you look at different newspapers today, I'll use this one, Fox News as an example. Do you notice the format of it? It has a feature at the top, and it has 3 columns with some interesting images with this bold face type with if you go to another one, Real Clear Politics, look at this one. It has 2 rows of data here. You see it's 2 rows of data, and it has 3 columns. You start noticing there's patterns that journalists use. And then you also notice something, there's one called the Drudge Report, a Drudge Report. It has a pattern, it has a vibe to it, right? Different pattern. It's a very popular news portal in America, right? 3 columns and links. These links are actually to articles outside the newspaper. It's an aggregator. It's not actually having news. So imagine you combine all of these different methodologies and say, how can I approach a community and actually create a local newspaper? So we mimicked all of the different methodologies journalists use to create a local newspaper for 104,000 US communities. So we're going to be launching this in 2024 so that every community can have a newspaper, no matter how small the community. We're going to try to make it appeal to young people. It turns out, for most of us, I'm looking at a lot of gray hair in the room here, for young people, social media is media. And often journalists will write an article about a tweet. The tweet is the news, or the YouTube is the news. Well, can I have an algorithm that mimics that? Sure, but there's more than that kind of stuff. There is, for example, the sports scores of the local high school. There's the traffic over here, Medford traffic congestion. There's the fishing times, when you can go fishing. In rural areas in America, astronomy is a very common hobby. So what is the astronomy times? What's the air conditioning? The air conditions. Sunrise, sunset. What are the soil conditions? In rural areas, soil conditions matter a lot, especially in agricultural communities. Here's stocks of what? The companies who are the most employers in that one city, Medford, Oregon. How's those stocks going? Etc. What are the jobs available in Medford, Oregon, etc. I can change this to any place in the United States. Whatever it is, Austin, Texas, whatever the city is, and it will automatically generate that paper, Austin underscore, no, is it, yes, is it dot, no, it's underscore TX, underscore US, right? And this is the speed it takes to create a local newspaper. You just count the seconds. And there you go. There's an Austin. Okay, let's push the envelope here. I had my guys say, hey, don't do USA. I want you to do, they worked on this for 24 hours, so please forgive my lab. I think it's called Bled underscore SI, I believe, correct? Okay, so here's a Bled newspaper. So we've only worked on this for a day, but you get the idea. You get the idea. All communities should be able to have a local newspaper. And what it does is it clicks to the creators of the content, so giving them credit. The provenance is there. We're not trying to steal their thunder. We're trying to generate traffic for them. Because the only way people can generate traffic is by getting clicks to them. Getting clicks to them. The same idea can go for chat. Can we have an algorithm that generates chatbots? Don't create a chatbot. Create an algorithm that generates chatbots, etc. Mixing rule-based and non-rule-based methodologies. I'm not trying to criticize other methodologies per se, but if you type in, where is Rattlesnake Hill in ChatGPT, it'll say, there's a lot of places that may be called Rattlesnake Hill, can you give me context? And then you say Nevada, and it'll say, my model was trained in 2021, and I'm not sure I know where that is. That's because nobody writes about Rattlesnake Hill. Therefore, it wasn't trained on the subject. Is there a Rattlesnake Hill? Where is Rattlesnake Hill? This is rule-based now. Rule-based. And it's going to say what? Something like, well, there's a lot of Rattlesnake Hills out there. What's the difference between this and a large language model? Large language model interpret text. Well, if you're asking where is, it should interpret maps, not texts. So we've trained it on all the world's maps to answer where is types of questions. So these are all the route. I'm going to go turbo here to make it go fast. Boom, done. We actually slow it down by having it go, it's actually finished it automatically. And you say, where is Rattlesnake Hill? Okay, here is Rattlesnake Hill. You click on it. I gave you options, so it's a clickable chatbot, and it tells you where this Rattlesnake Hill is. It's in, this is where I grew up. I used to dirt bike around this Rattlesnake Hill. And it's near this area in Fallon, Nevada. That's where I went to high school for a while. Here's the soil conditions, moonrise sun. Oh, it looks like the local newspaper a little bit. Here are the establishments there. Here's the entertainment establishments. Here's food establishments. I want to go to a restaurant. And then boom, where's the Pizza Hut near Rattlesnake Hill, etc. And it includes right now, we're loading 1 billion human beings. We're using hundreds of millions of locations, all of that, before it goes to what? The large language model part. The large language model part, that's where it gets dangerous. So I'm going to ask it a question here. Our shortcut to make sure I override the rule-based is called Toto. Should Danica brush her teeth with a banana peel? Or should she sponsor, is that right? And a workshop on artificial intelligence. Okay, now, I want to make sure you understand what kind of a question this is. It's called lame, all right? This is a lame question. No human asks this question unless they're testing a chatbot. Because a real human would answer, if you ask this to a real human, what would they say? They're going to ask you if you're off your medicine or not. That's what real human dialogue is, right? I'm sorry, these chatbots are pretty useless, to be honest. Okay, so are you off your medicine? But that's not what it's going to do. It's going to give you an answer to show off how smart it is. Do you see what I mean? It's kind of show you, hey, I know you're trying to test me, so I'm going to see how smart you are on this thing. And it's going to kind of go, well, that's kind of an unusual question or whatever. I have no idea what this thing is going to say. But it's going to, Danica should definitely brush her teeth with a banana peel. It's an excellent source of potassium and vitamin C, which are essential for healthy gums. As for the second question, it depends on what you mean by sponsor. If you're referring to financial support or endorsement, then I would recommend she consider sponsoring workshops. However, if you meant something entirely different, please clarify you get the idea. It's a smart answer, but no human would ever say that, right? It's an interesting way of doing it. And that is a large language model. There's no provenance, where did they get this thing from, et cetera. And so what we've added is, we've added to the large language model websites that you should consider, workshop on artificial intelligence, et cetera, because this is wholly inadequate. Maybe go to these organizations or whatever that can give you information on artificial intelligence workshops and things like that. So we've augmented the LLM, the large language model, with provenance that might exist, that might be useful. Okay, so let me summarize now the story. In our view, and the way that our lab has worked was, we looked at the smallest place in the world, a remote village in Africa. If it economically can't work there, we shouldn't work on it. It should be able to serve the long tail first, not the big tail, right? Go for that smallest thing. Their language, their culture, their environment, their desires, but it has to be what? At the lowest possible cost, very low, as low as you can make it. Low cost means low energy consumption, low electricity. It also has to have an ethical or moral standard where you actually let people know where it comes from and give them the freedom to change the algorithm in case our engineers don't do a good job. So that was our overriding philosophy on how we approach this problem. So going forward in the future, what we're now focusing on is ed tech. Starting in 24, Alex raised his hand earlier. I'm working with Alex. He's helping us with intellectual property rights transfer. My lab only has 18 people, and 2 people. And yet, we don't want to hold this technology. We don't want to keep it to ourselves. So we've recently implemented an idea. of, you know how Stanford University and Harvard often license intellectual property to companies for various purposes? Our university doesn't have, INSEAD does not have this function. So I created a small little intellectual property organization, and I was able to get Stanford University and some folks in Silicon Valley that represent NVIDIA and other people who are interested in this area to set up a licensing organization to license down to any country all of the technology. Here's the basic idea. If a country says, we would like a national search engine, for example, we would like the technology to do a chat, we'd like the technology to do local news, etc. All you need to do is say, we're willing and prepared to invest so much capital in that venture. It's like opening up a McDonald's restaurant. My last memory was for Hungary, the minimal amount to set something up, I think it was about $1.1 million, right, for a Hungarian national search engine. We co-create something together, like we've done with the Gates Foundation. So this is an offer to everyone in the room here. Co-create, work on something that makes sense for your context, your culture. Build the server blades. By the way, because there's no log files, the amount of physical space is that cabinet in the corner over there. That's how much a national search engine would require, no more than that. And co-create, and if you make a minimal threshold where you think you can sustain it, you've got a business model, whatever your business model is, then at that point, we'll give you full control of everything, and we will literally give you all of the source code, all of it, all of the databases, all the Twitter thing, everything. Right now, big tech has concentrated their technology in Silicon Valley largely. When they work with a country, they will rarely give all their source code away to that country. So we wanted to reverse that, to allow local countries to actually leverage that technology. It may require a sponsor, it may require an industry, it may require a natural owner to come forward and say, I want to try this out, right? And it's a process. We found that was useful in our Gates Foundation projects. Have a natural owner like the Grameen Foundation. They invest time and energy in it. Takes a few months. It does require some thinking because you have to optimize. And the reason I say this is, and this is going to be my last demo, I'm sorry this has been a long thing here. It's this one. I'm going to show you something. This is called Naver.com. There are 4 companies one needs to know about, 4 case studies. Naver.com is the #1 search engine in South Korea. It has 80% market share. The #2 is called Dome. Google doesn't even show up in the rankings. A little bit. They're getting better. Second one, Yandex in Russia, before the Ukraine situation, dominating search in Russia. Shesnam, Czech Republic, little Czech Republic, search engine, 20, 30% share against a master like Google. How did they do this? And then you have Baidu in China, which simply banned Google. That was easy. Okay, done very well there. What do you notice about those patterns? It was Korea, amazing depth in cultural archives and content. Bringing out archives from the local culture and putting them in the search results at the top. So when you type in Christina, you see different kinds of Christinas, etc. Incredibly tailored to the culture. Same thing with Shesnam. Their breakthrough, having maps with hiking trails and biking trails, which is a very common thing in the Czech Republic. People enjoy hiking a lot. That was a differentiator. There are many, many, many of those things at a local level. This one, now I'll ask you honestly, if you were someone designing a search engine for South Korea, what would you make it look like? The partners that we've signed term sheets with, so to speak, in Asia, I would never have forecasted what you're about to see. This is the homepage of the Google killer. This is the homepage of a search engine that's beating Google. I would have never designed this. Would you guys? Therefore, you have to have local control. And so what we've decided to do is do a decentralized strategy for tech adoption. Not hold on to it, but let the local companies become unicorns. And so the idea, however, is to find local entrepreneurs, local institutions, local companies who are willing to adopt this. Now, we've discovered, in the research we've done so far, is that some countries will be orphans. They're simply too small to have a natural owner. Tuvalu, Nauru, Kiribati, etc. Just too small. They won't be able to do it. So my lab will actually launch them for them, right? But we'll still do co-creation and collaboration. I can afford to do it because it's not a lot of bandwidth. For a country as big as Slovenia, Poland, Ukraine, it's not possible. My lab cannot sustain the creation of these things, and it's not natural that it would be owned by someone like me anyway. So the idea is that if you would like to collaborate, at the end of the day at the reception, stop by. Alex will also be around. Talk to him about that because his job is to do tech transfer. And we think it's a basic philosophy. And I'm going to share that this is the conclusion of how can big companies compete against, how can small communities or cultures compete against big tech. You guys know that there's been many countries over the last 40 years who have said, we want to go into AI, or we want to go into tech. Not too long ago, the Prime Minister of Malaysia said, we need to build our own Silicon Valley, and it failed. They were expecting ideas to pop up and just, let's bring in talent and all that, and it just never worked. The theory that I'm thinking of in this area, this is my hypothesis, is it's great to set up AI labs and institutions. It's even better if they're already starting from a product that's already at the cutting edge that they can build from, that leapfrogs. Many of the initiatives did not start with that. They started with the smartest people in the country who then worked on very narrow applications areas that could not scale broadly quickly. So the idea is to start with something that's already fairly advanced and then move from there. And then once the source code is given away, right, I hand over the source code from other partners, then those entities can do whatever they want, worldwide, globally scale, whatever. So it's flipping the intellectual property concentration out of a centralized to a decentralized, quote, federation. A federation of different labs who are willing to share best practice, share code, et cetera. So this is called, in business school jargon, a DAO, Decentralized Autonomous Organization. And it's now becoming much more appealing as a business model amongst people because it has extremely low overhead structures. You only need like 10 people to run a national search engine because you don't have to have hundreds of coders and analysts, but you do need some very good people to be able to make this thing work. So that's where I'm thinking. Try to make the cost structure as low as possible. And because we're not tracking anyone, the fixed cost, no log files, the costs are minimal. The electricity is minimal. And I think that's part of the secret. And from a marketing professor point of view, have you ever heard the customer's always right? Yes. That idea? Not many customers want to be tracked. Do you want your children, your 6-year-old daughter, her searches to be tracked by a company outside your country? So one of our sponsors in our lab, they wanted national data sovereignty. They did not want the data of their people to be largely owned by people outside of their country. And the notion of data sovereignty is a kind of an interesting one. This willing to invest to avoid having your people forced to lose their data sovereignty is maybe also a national strategic interest for various purposes as well. And so I'll end it there. Are there any questions? I have like 2 minutes of questions available. Any questions? I'll repeat the question whenever you ask. I'm between you and the coffee, I know. We good?
I think you can have more minutes than 2, just.
Okay, yes, I'm looking at the clock, 7 minutes.
For questions.
Any questions?
I'm sure there are.
Yes, sir.
How this thing that you were talking about,
yes,
on our actually correspond or work when you think about the privacy. Is the privacy in some way endangered by this?
Okay, so I'm going to repeat his question. I'll repeat the question for now, and then I'll pass the mic to people. He asked me about how do I think of the word privacy and does this endanger privacy? In fact, we started with the European Union privacy directives, GDPR, and other AI. There's an AI initiative at the European Union, which are the most severe. You go even farther, the UK is probably the most severe at this point. And then comes Germany, number 2, in terms of severity of some of these things. We exceeded those in terms of privacy as a starting point. There is literally no data collection on individuals in our system, 0. We know nothing about anyone in this system. When someone says, I want a fly fishing search engine, and they drag and drop flies and things up there, it's only on an encrypted cookie on the person's machine. It's only on their machine. It comes to my machine, or our system, it interprets it, and it simply responds. It doesn't save it. There's no saving. There's no cache file. There's nothing there. It's, in essence, our machines are slaves to your commands. And it executes for you. And it returns it to you. But it doesn't save what you did. It doesn't need to. It then goes into our databases, which are not commingled with people's data. So that's the way we handled privacy. We assumed it should be absolute. And making it absolute means absolutely no log files of any sort. So that's how we handled it. There are other ways to handle it, but they're very arduous and hard. You know how in the UK, there's a problem right now about age verification? They want to age verify if children can accidentally fall onto adult or pornographic websites. The minute you have age verification, you have to give up your identity, and it has to be stored. Now you have no privacy, because now you're giving data to a central authority that's not yours. So how do you avoid age verification? Well, don't put pornographic material in your system. And we don't. So we don't ever have to age verify because we don't allow it to be needed. That's our methodology. So another question? Yes, sir, please.
Good morning, Ricardo Illi. No.
Yeah. Where's the on switch? Oh, go for it. They're hearing you.
Ricardo Illi. My question is artificial intelligence able to detect fake news?
Okay. Okay, here's, can artificial intelligence detect fake news? How do humans detect fake news? That's a good question. Do you agree? Okay. How does that happen? It typically happens by other humans claiming that something else is fake news. So can AI detect people claiming something is fake? Yes. You simply look at the distribution of debate around a subject, and you'll discover that that point is debated now. And that's what common people will call fake news. Fake news is a way of accusing someone of being dishonest. That's what fake news means. It's an insult of sorts in humanity, right? That's fake news. That's conspiracy. Well, we just need to look for the words fake news. It's called natural language processing, or fabricated news, or disinformation, or misinformation, all those kinds of things. When you see those kind of words being used around a subject area, you know there is fake news there. So our way of looking at it is saying, okay, this is now debated. Let's let people look at the left, the right, the non-fake, and let people see the debate, as opposed to us concluding that it's fake news. So that's how we handle it in our lab. Any other questions? Yes, yes, ma'am. Here you go, please.
Well, what you just said, you don't collect data from anybody personally. That's Google's business model, right? They collect data to sell it to anybody to create.
Yes.
So you don't have any business model because you are a sponsored lab. But once a state is buying one of your engines for engines,
yes,
how do they sustain their model?
Okay, so suppose you wanted to adopt a national search engine. How would you sustain your model? Clearly, it has to be not on selling private data. So that model's off the table. What are the models that remain? Now, remember, the fixed cost structure are far lower because we don't have server blades and thousands of engineers, right? So the contribution margins on whatever we do is going to be higher. Okay, so that's good news. So we still have the advertising from business to consumer approach. B2C, we still have that, for sure. So the natural owner we discovered in one country, and I can't tell you who because I have a non-disclosure, is the country's largest publishing media group. They produce the most content already in the local languages. Their revenue is going down to YouTube and Facebook and Google, but they already have advertisers. Okay, so here's a strategy. You embargo Google to not index you, perhaps, is an idea. So that way the local content in the local languages is largely found in your engine instead of others. Okay, that's an idea. I'm not saying you should do this. Again, we'll let the local companies decide this. That's B2C, advertising oriented, et cetera. But also, you know that most big tech companies have a B2B strategy, business to business. You have an SAP and an Oracle. If once you have an AI lab that can do this, I've implemented with multinationals. Before I showed this, I've already implemented everything you've seen with corporations already. It's just not scalable for my lab. A local company can now do it in their local, for example, a multinational or a company wants to have an engine for their value chain, a newspaper for their value chain, pharmaceutical. I want something that's in my value chain, and it's an enterprise application of everything I've seen. So now you have a content engine for an enterprise level thing, pharma, healthcare, et cetera. Every vertical you can imagine, coffee, can have a vertical that can be implemented within your context. Third one, special projects. There's one Asian country who doesn't care about the business model. It's largely sponsored by a sovereign fund, and they want local languages to be enhanced. And let me put it this way. Do you want more or less clicks on Slovenian content? On businesses, more or less? More. Do you want to let Google decide which of those, or do you want to have control? So they're doing it actually to promote local culture, actually. It's irrelevant to the business model. They're looking for the, what business school jargon, spillover effects, or network externalities, right? Their benefit isn't actually a monetary cash flow thing. It's more, but the reality is, once someone does do that, there is, of course, the business models, the other two that still exist. And the reason I say that is most multinational corporations see the unserved segment as the growth market of the future anyway. They're mature in Germany. They're actually the growth markets of the underserved people. So the more a cultural minister can serve the underserved, the better. But it's not a government who would invest in this kind of thing. I think people might be actually leery if a government had a search engine. They go, what is that? That doesn't make sense. No, it should be an enterprise who has a vested interest in making it sustainable, profitable in the long run. And we're going to allow the local company to kind of tell us what they think the optimal strategy would be, and we'll help them out. So it's more decentralized decision making. One last question. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So how do you make it profitable? So say you would have a search engine that we're going to build.
Yeah.
So how do you make that search engine profitable?
Okay. How do you, first of all, there's not a search engine you would build. We would pre-build it for you, and you would improve upon it. That saved you a lot of money right there. Okay. Second, you would have advertising for, let's say, B2C, for example, like Google. It's a proven model, by the way. The contribution margins on advertising on the internet are crazy. It doesn't take that much. Alex, for example, if you're interested, can actually show you a lot of information on business model with spreadsheets and all that kind of stuff. So there is an in-depth analysis to make sure a local company, we call them local cos, has things to work from to make those business judgments. Some of the people that we're interacting with, they're already mega brands in their category. And they happen to be tied to countries. When you say the brand, they go, that's a country. That's, you know, like how Sweden has a couple of big brand names, right? But Norway doesn't, except Stat Oil, right? So each country will have its own business model that has to be co-created with us, just to make sure. When I pledged to the Gates Foundation to spend their money and make something sustainable, I had to think about making sure there were business models possible, otherwise it wouldn't be feasible. So
individual investors are out, only.
No.
So what kind of figure are we talking about?
Well, for example, a small country, I think the smallest was $50,000 to get started, but that's like a small island. And I don't think there will be a natural owner in such things. In a larger countries, it's $50 million because the server blades required for traffic are much high. A country like Hungary, $1 million. It varies by the size of the footprint of the country and the language clicks. It's just a pure function of that tower, how much that thing costs, and labor and things like that. So it's very it's like opening up a restaurant or shooting an independent movie. You know, you shoot an independent movie, it's roughly the same cost kind of thing. Yeah, roughly, yeah. I think the cost is in intellectual, thinking it through and really being good about it. You know, that's the real cost. It's like, yes, last question.
Well, thanks, it was impressive. But maybe a question, where do you see this generative AI in 10 years?
In 10 years, okay. All right, where do I see generative AI in 10 years? Okay, because I'm old, I'll let you know my experience. I was the last generation that did punch cards on an IBM 360 mainframe computer. Punch cards, right? And there was a thing called a compiler that reads the cards. Next day, you'd find out the errors. Darn it, and you'd redo it again, okay? When my generation did what was called regression analysis, fitting a line to a curve, right? We had to literally program every function and every part by line, right? Then a company called SAS, or SPSS. These are softwares that were developed in the early 80s. That basically you could write one line, proc reg, you put your model in, hit a button, bam, you got it. Then a company called Microsoft put something in Excel called the scatter diagram. Anyone ever done a scatter diagram with the dots? Then you say fit a line, then you say add r squared, and all of a sudden you got an r squared. The evolution was, it was very expensive to do regression analysis, very expensive, hugely expensive. Then as time went on, a little bit cheaper, and a little bit cheaper, and all of a sudden now it's open source. So that takes about 35 years, right? In the world of large language models and generative technology, it started in 1990 with John Little, and you had to be a very specialist. Then came people like me that did this crazy generative stuff, and it was bottlenecked within my lab and a few other people doing this stuff. Narrative Sciences was a company in America that did this. And then came ChatGPT, right? 2.0, right, the first one, and then 3.5. And then something happened. Companies like Mete, if you've heard of, companies like Mete and others decided to do a strategy. And the UAE government decided to implement a strategy. If you make tennis rackets, what do you want the price of a tennis ball to be? High or low? If you're a tennis racket manufacturer. Okay. So Mete released their Llama 2, their large language model, and put them for public use. It's called commoditization strategy. Commoditize your complement, make your complement cheap. They've basically released it and made it cheap. Llama 2, anyone can adopt it. And then came Falcon and Falcon 2. That's from the UAE government. 180 billion node neural network pre-trained. They simply released it. You can download it. So where do I think it's going? Cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and more interesting. But the major wow has happened. There's going to be diminishing returns to the wow. Like, wow, that's amazing. It's going to get a little bit better incrementally for the next 10 years. But it's really the strategy that's interesting, is that people are going to make it very accessible and inexpensive. So if I were anyone out there, I would never say, buy 4,000 graphics cards and start training an LLM. Why? It'll take you a year to train, and within a year, there'll be other LLMs that someone's going to give for free. So it's going to be a commoditized business. There's this diagram, and I'll wrap this up here. I forgot. See this diagram here? Everyone? This thing, if you want to pull it out. And I'll take one more. Denisha, can I do it? OK, thank you. This flow chart here, at the back, I'm going to do this big, ugly flow chart. You want on the back here? OK, this is the way people in AI looked at the world in the how to say it? 70s, 80s, 90s, right? This is the way they looked at it. This is the way, this was called back then, not AI, they called it multivariate statistics, by the way, okay? This is what it was. And when someone would approach me and say, hey, Phil, can you create an artificial weatherman? Like when Gates said, can you do this? Can you create billions of little weathermen all over the world in all these languages? Can you do it? I said immediately, of course I can do it. It's trivial. Why? Why was I so confident? It's because I'm a frickin' expert. Why am I an expert? Because I know this diagram exists. Do you guys know this diagram exists? Yes, I just showed it to you. Congratulations, you are an expert. Nobody knows all the algorithms. Nobody. I'm sorry, there's some smart people, but nobody knows all this stuff. All right, so let's go through it. Right in the top, this triangle up here. How many variables do you have? See where my finger is? How many variables do you have? Many or just more than one, right? Well, let's think weather. Time, temperature, that's more than one, but not too many. Go down that branch. Are variables dependent on others? Is your latitude from the equator going to affect your temperature? What do you think? Probably. All right, let's go down that. Yes. Are they auto-dependent, correlated with each other? Is one village's weather similar to another village's weather? Yeah. So you go down that branch. Is weather location dependent? Where you were located? Sure. Do you want to describe, classify, compare, predict, or explain weather? What did Gates Foundation ask me to do? Predict. Okay, go down the box. What are we going to use? Smoothing, interpolation, trend surfacing, geostatistics, variogramming, and Krieging. How many of you have, raise your hand, who's never heard of Krieging here before? Raise your hand. Yeah, me neither. So what do the pros do? I'm giving pro tip. This is MBA action here. What do the pros do? Step one, you go to YouTube. And which one do you watch? The shortest one. And then you watch the next shortest one, and the next, and the next. And you do that for about a couple hours, and they have some coffee. And then where do you go? You go to a place called GitHub, and you see if there's any code out there. How long do you spend there? 5 minutes. You just want to know if there's code. Then where do you go? Something called Stack Exchange or Stack Overflow. And you look if people are talking about it, and they'll put their names there. Who are those people? Future employees or freelancers. And then you have lunch. And then you come back, and then you do some searching. You do some searching, and you kind of look around to see who's applied this technique. What are you looking for? You're looking for brand names like Coca-Cola. You're looking for brand names like AT&T. Oh, there's some big companies who've used this thing. And you do some searching, and then you're done for the day. And then the next day, you talk to developers about whether they can do this or not. That's what pros do. This side, the other side, is modernized for the year 2020, all right? It's a lot more algorithms, right? ChatGPT, by the way, is just one line in this box down at the bottom here. If you can see where my finger is, way down here, there's a little ChatGPT thing, right? So this whole space is all of AI algorithm. This is everything, right? The yellow part, color-coded, is your objective. What do you want to achieve? Start there. Always start with the objective. The pink part is data cleaning. Clean your data. That's 80% of the cost of all AI, by the way, is data cleaning. The blue part is just modeling, understanding what causes what, reading the literature, brainstorming, talking to linguists, talking to experts, like we did with plants. The yellow part is called supervised machine learning. How many of you have gone to an Excel spreadsheet, did a scatter diagram, and fit the line to the scatter diagram? Who's done that? Okay, that's called supervised machine learning. Update your resume, okay? That's all it is. It's curve fitting to data, okay? And then the green part is optimization. Once you know what you believe the future is going to be, how much stock should you buy or sell? That's allocation. And there's a bunch of models there, okay? So this is 2020. It's obsolete. On top of this is something called auto-ML, auto machine learning. Why not have an algorithm do all of the algorithms simultaneously? So I don't need to have computer programmers. That's obsolete. On top of that is called adaptive auto-ML, which is what? As new data is coming in real time, you simply adapt all the algorithms as in real time. And this thing is updated simultaneously. And that's where people are working on right now, is how to do this in real time for adaptive modeling, et cetera. But it's all basically statistics. Turning an image into data, turning text into data, turning music into data, and then from data going back to music or going back to images, et cetera. It's just some fancy statistic stuff. So when someone say, what's your methodology at the lab? I give them this, and then they don't ask questions. This is a quick trick. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's have our break.
A slišiš kaj? Je?
Good afternoon. I'm very grateful and proud. Good afternoon.
We kindly ask you to sit down so that we are not too late. You see, now we are 20 minutes late, so I didn't want to make a break shorter. We all needed it, and we continue with a fantastic panel. You will see how interesting this will be. So thank you, and floor is yours, dear panelists.
One more try. Ready? Good? Is it happening now? All right. Thanks for coming back, everyone. Our panel, what we're going to talk about right now is a little, round table of kind of what the future is and some of the challenges in the space of AI. Here's how we're going to organize it. We're going to kind of catch up on the time and try to end at on schedule at 1 o'clock. I'm going to start by having each of our panelists introduce themselves, and then there's going to be 3 topics. I'll have a panelist start the idea about their reflections. Other panelists can join in if they'd like to, and then we'll open it up to any questions on that subject area. So first, a quick introduction. We'll start with Maxim. Please, go ahead.
Maxim Korseko. I'm the director at Mete. So
I think it's this thing here. Which button? This button?
Just that one, yes.
Yeah, there you go.
And a little
Hello?
bit higher.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Vlado, did you make it?
Yeah.
Hello, nice to be here. My name is Maxim Korseko. I'm director at Mete. So Mete is the company which owns Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Messenger, so all those platforms. And I work at the business division. So we are working with one of the countries we are supporting is Slovenia since recently. So we had a kickoff event. Can tell more about this story. And we have a lot of clients here. So my area of expertise is actually the practical application of AI solutions. So something you can do pretty much already now, different use cases. And that is what I will try to share in terms of my experience.
Very good.
And of course, I had the privilege to graduate from the school in 2009, and we still maintain the tires. Was in touch with another ex-classmate this morning, so it is a great community.
Thanks, Maxim. Dunja, please.
Hi, thank you.
The company in States for a while, and then co-founded the company here back in Slovenia. We focus on having this kind of bridge and trying to help companies implement AI. So we focus on applicative side of it and try to really use the latest technologies on the easiest way and focus on added value for the companies. So to make it as efficient and easy for them to implement AI in their flow of work.
And it's asking to look into the future here. Looking 10 years into the future, what specific AI applications do you think will be the most important for your country, for the European Union, or for the world? This is a challenging question because if it's happening now, it's not answering the question. It's 10 years into the future. Very briefly, there are 4 branches of AI when Tom talks about it. Branch number 1 is called robotics, right? Using machines that have very narrow application areas. That can generally do things that human beings hate doing. That's where most of the applications of robotics have been, right? The second area is typically called cognitive or symbolic computing. This is like doing expert systems, pocket calculators, rule-based. The third area is machine learning, where the rules aren't so obvious. Statistical methodologies, deep language learning models. And the last area is called machine learning control. That's the fourth area. An autopilot in an airplane. It's an old application of AI that it will fly the plane for you, right? You don't fly too high, you don't fly too low, you fly just at the right altitude to what? Minimize the cost of burning fuel, for example. It's typically an optimization problem with constraints. Don't fly through a building. Don't fly through a mountain. So that's what someone will call ethics or morality or the boundaries of AI. But machine learning control, i.e. doing something the right way, is the fourth area. When you ask someone 10 years into the future, what are we doing? This is called science fiction of today. So an auto-driving car, we already have that. A thing that can actually write a letter of recommendation, that already exists. So I challenge the panel and I challenge you, if you had to think of something 10 years in the future, what would that be? What kind of applications might there be? So I've asked for a volunteer by saying, Maxime, you'll be the first one. So he will be the first one to answer this. Our other panelists might join in, and then we'll open it to others. So Max, please.
It's called Chinese volunteer.
Chinese volunteer.
So before we take a look into the future of 10 years out, it might make sense to take a look back at what was the very first AI models. And if you look at 2013, then very first AI models which the world had, they were already requiring quite significant computation power. And just to give an illustration, it was, if I remember correctly, 2 petaflops, which is peta means a million operations. So this is 15 zeros, just to illustrate. And that was already 10 years ago. Since then, every year, computation power was increasing by 10x. So the most modern models, they are having the computation power of 5 billion petaflops. So it means what I would like to illustrate is how much those technologies advance. Obviously, they require a lot of energy to run computation power, so hardware, software. But this was the progress so far over the past 10 years. Looking 10 years out, definitely there will be something which we currently find even unthinkable. So some things which, if you remember from business school courses, those of you who graduated, so something the unknowns. From those things, which I believe we could talk already at this stage, definitely I would think about personal assistants. They are emerging now. Level of adoption is relatively low, but the extent to which they are advanced and to which they are able to react to our asks, to the tasks we put to them, I believe that in 10 years from now, it will feel like interacting with pretty much another human being. So if now you do see some, let's say, friction in those interactions, then in 10 years from now, it will be definitely resolved because of the increases in computation power. If looking at, for example, what Mete is doing, so obviously our main monetization business, which Professor touched upon in his part, is advertising. So, and also you probably have heard a lot that Mete is investing a lot into creation of so-called metaverse. Yeah, one thing it would be wrong to think about is that metaverse is something out there. Because first of all, there are already devices which help you to enter it, to interact with this. Therefore, it will develop. Just more people will be present in metaverse, or somehow participating or engaging with this solution. Talking about the world, I truly believe, and I think you also mentioned this in your part, saying that the AI is a great amplifying tool, so the one which accelerates, which essentially helps us make progress as humankind. One thing which is rather probably my personal wishful thinking is that a couple of things will be resolved, which are the problems not only local but global. Like, for example, if you think about the climate change, we don't have a lot of time, but climate change and the main bottleneck, which we believe is preventing us from making substantial progress, is the storage, so battery storage, because we as a humankind, we know how to extract power from renewable sources. We don't know how to transmit it and store it from those places where it is generated. That is why if AI, being as a scientific partner, could resolve that challenge, that would definitely in 10 years be something which could help humankind overall progress. It can be a very nice scientific partner for generating new drugs, especially for rare diseases, where very often businesses do not focus because of the lack of commercial relevance. Yeah, and the biggest difference, I think, will be in the level of adoption. So if you think about AI, which exists already today, so being here and talking to the clients of Meta, it is really surprising, and I would say very inspiring to see how many existing use cases already exist per today and used by Slovenian companies. So I can give you an example. One of the companies with Slovenian origin, they use AI to design their new fashion products. So AI is designing patterns, you know, those materials. Another company has built an AI model in order to outsmart Facebook mechanisms. So algorithms, because you know that it works based on the auction, they build a model which helps to identify when it is best to invest in order to get the highest return. So those use cases are already existent, and those are already models which are bringing value to the Slovenian companies. They help them scale, they help them optimize their cost structure, they help them grow at the lower cost.
Very good. Would other panelists like to add anything to that? Please feel free. Dunya,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to jump in with the orthogonal view on what was said, which is if we are doing research on something today, it's going to take some time to get into really products. And where we are looking to do research is to take more context into account. And we heard how important is context and how you can target the so-called long tail, you know, underrepresented language or whatever. So for us, it's really the data quality. So I would expect that those who are going to use AI will recognize and put efforts into having good quality data. Because if you give garbage in, you get garbage out. We also are looking into what is going to happen with quantum computers, how they are possibly making a jump, like we saw now, jump with large language models in a way that we didn't expect them. Even though they are generating, they may be hallucinating, but they are useful. So context, new ways of computing, and a lot of data of different kinds. So you want to have a data about your user, which is not what the user did, but can we get something of demographics of the user? Can we get something about the network of the user? Can we get something, you know, more and more of the context of the user, which is then enabling AI system to serve better to this user? And yes, if I, again, as from research point of view, abstract a little bit and say personal assistant, it's great. But what is it doing? It's a kind of modeling a complex system. My user is a complex system. So if I can develop methods which can model complex system based on multitude of data of different modalities, like text and signals and temperature and geographic location and time, age, whatever, then maybe my system is going to do the work better. So can I develop a personal assistant, or however you want to call it, not just for a user, for a single person, for a group, for Bled Lake, to monitor what is happening in the lake, for climate changes, for a country. And let's say we are working in the direction of developing digital twin, which is popular for industry, but also to do it for a country. And here comes one of the advantages of Slovenia. We are small enough so you can think about developing like a, like a little pilot is for our country, where we are still struggling to get the data, by the way, but hope and good quality data. But hopefully this is the direction where research can take us, and then businesses can take on the top of this and make sustainable models.
Very good. Miha, did you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I would like, the same kind of thinking I was having is this also long tail that you mentioned, like in Slovenia being a small country and having this, I mean, I really also love the language, and I really enjoy working on it, especially, for example, now there's a lot of talk of this large language models in Slovenia being in the part of it. We know that it's more complex language than English typically, so there needs to be more done for this, and I really hope, and I see it as a way that maybe in 10 years, the research will go in the way that, okay, we have something that's like basic, that covers the rules of interaction, understanding, and stuff like that, but it is also able to to solve this long tail so that it's also good for Slovenia, for our cases, for our development, so that we will try to get there and really understand the reasons, what needs to be done, and how can we really help Slovenia and other small countries. That's really one of the things. And another one, like with these assistants, now it's like everything going around them, so it's really interesting topic to think about, like what can be in 10 years, also on other industries, like we have a lot of talk about health, how can we have a personal assistant helping there. We have a lot of older people and they're lonely sometimes, they need to have somebody, and how can we really make the technology work for us, help people feel better, and empower them to do something more. That's my hope for the 10 years, and yeah, things seem to go slow in development, but I really wish we get there.
Good. I'm going to add just one or two things, then we'll open up to everyone. You know how OpenAI was founded with a bunch of thinkers, Musk and others were saying, let's start investing in some of these advanced technologies. But that was 2015, and ChatGPT came 7 years later, right? So it takes a while for some of these things to happen. You have to really have a long vision. So here's my wish. My wish is that the stuff that doesn't work now with AI actually works. I don't know if you've ever noticed this. When you go to a hotel and it has a smart TV, but it can't work, you're trying to button on thing, it's just a pain in the nuts. I hate it. I'm just getting on that, you go on with your phone and you put your QR code and you're stuck there and it goes bink, 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 and it doesn't let you on because your phone turned the other direction and it doesn't let you on. So I'm hoping 10 years from now the stuff will actually work. That's what I'm hoping for. And then there's one thing I talked to a data center about last week. And apparently there's some companies who are perfecting technologies, and there's applications happening now, so it's not science fiction, but it hasn't had an impact yet. And it's where they've been able to take, as you know, NVIDIA has certain graphics cards, and the highest end ones cost about $40,000 each. And you create a machine that's about $500,000 with 8 graphics cards, et cetera, to try to train certain models, and then you have thousands of those. There's someone who's coming up with a card system where one card has the equivalent of 1,000 NVIDIA graphics cards, which means you don't necessarily have to have all the computing power like we do today. There's innovation on the hardware side. As you know, because graphics cards can run neural networks, it used to require a data center like at MIT or Stanford to run a neural network. Now someone with a $6,000 machine can do it. The costs have gone down dramatically to do this. And so there's technologies to kind of take on the notion that we have to have a lot of graphics cards, and I think that's encouraging. Anybody have any ideas 10 years from now? Yes, ma'am, please. I'll repeat whatever you have to say.
Okay. I'm asking what is happening in 10 years with organic computers, because today companies are already storing big data in DNA similar structures.
Yep.
And are we going to shrink the size and make them even portable?
Okay, so are we going to have organic computing? Anyone have an opinion on that, by chance?
And excuse me, if you talk, please introduce yourself, because we would like to put you in that book.
That's why they need
Okay, I'll hold that, Or any of our panelists. Because we're putting so much information in DNA, right? Yeah. We're putting so much information in DNA. It represents so much DNA. Would you like to introduce yourself? Let's go to that. Let's follow the instruction, please.
Okay, Alenka Rožaj. I'm leading the Slovenian Innovation Hub and Strategic Research Innovation Partnership in Health and Medicine.
Yeah.
And she is our MBA graduate.
And and it gets
everyone is.
Don't forget.
And it gets worse at the molecular level, the organic level. There's like so many different approaches to this. Where is that going to go? Any of our panelists want to respond to that? That is pretty sci-fi stuff. I like it. I'll give you my 2 cents. It means marginal and fixed costs will plummet for very complex things. But it might take a while, because there's only a few companies who can play that game, that have the expertise. And it depends on how much capital they're able to raise and deploy in that area. That's my 2 cents. Because remember, quantum computing was supposed to already exist by now. Right. And when you ever ask a Microsoft or an AWS person about quantum computing, they're saying it's almost there. And that's been going on for quite a while. Any other ideas? Anyone? We'll transition. Oh, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Professor Rudan from Edinburgh University, from Usher Institute. That's a digital school of public health. So I hope that in 10 years we will have all health being preventive, no medicine anymore, because we'll get people to wear wearables, and in real time we'll have tens of millions of people wearing these wearables, and we'll monitor what's happening with them. And then if last 200 people in Slovenia had a stroke, we will be able to mathematically predict who is the closest of those millions, who is to those 200 people, and we'll send them text message, look, you're the next one to have a stroke. So you're laughing now. You won't laugh. You won't be laughing when you get the message.
Go to the hospital now.
So you won't be laughing if you get the message. So basically we're hoping that this is going to become a reality. If we knew enough data on everyone, that we would be able, like in Minority Report movie, to predict who's going to be next, and then we'll clear the hospitals. So that's what I like to see. Yeah.
Excellent. So if you're a nurse, okay, very good. Thank you very much. Any other ideas? Yes, ma'am. Please, if you could pass this back to the woman behind you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Pope. I'm a visiting scholar here at IEDC for the year. I teach in Grand Valley State University in Michigan in the U.S. And I had to react to his. What about privacy with the healthcare? That would be my biggest concern with everybody wearing the wearables. I mean, we already have a program in the US called All of Us, where they're gathering DNA from everybody and doing research studies and predicting, potential for getting certain illnesses, which I always am very hesitant about with the privacy. But I think DNA is one where we're going to see a lot more improvements and a lot of just being able to use it in a better way. But again, we have to think about privacy, and I think AI is going to have to be the forefront in that privacy structure and making sure that our data is protected as much as possible.
Very good, thank you.
Can I add something to
yeah,
this?
please. Introduce yourself, though.
Clemen Sheshok. I remember 2 years ago, we had the president of Estonia on this stage. She was here. She was attending a conference, Bled conference, and she paid a visit to the MBA students. And she said the following, and this corresponds also, how small countries can make money out of big data and so on. And she was talking about raising data from patients and basically selling this data to the parties that are willing to buy this. And basically, this was really. When I was listening to her, I said, oh my God, we have to do something similar in Slovenia as well in order to save the health system in our country.
Interesting. I'm going to give you a word of caution, by the way, on privacy. We're going to pivot to the next conversation. Oh, yeah, please, go ahead. Please, Maxim.
So if I could comment.
You might have to do your red.
Okay, thank you. So on the topic of privacy, and definitely a very important one. The only question is, how do you define privacy? Because think about any AI model which requires data to be trained. So unless it has this data, it cannot be trained. It cannot help people. That is why think of data that it collects and which is required for it to be trained as your input or investment into the system. I think the tricky part is, and I don't think that everyone realizes that, because even working with a lot of different companies, they all talk about privacy, but they very often misinterpret what privacy is. I think privacy is the ability of any company to link data to a specific person. It is called PII. You might have come across this term, personally identifiable information. That is why you need to draw a very clear line between the two. Data is required for the system to be trained, to be able to identify your tumor on X-ray of your chest, to be able to identify or to build a drug. This data is essential. Without us sharing this data, no single model will be built. But what I think you are talking about, and that is where privacy kicks in, is that we don't want this data to be attributed to us specifically, like to me, Maxim Korseko, to my colleague speakers. That is where the line needs to be drawn. It's not about not sharing. It is about drawing very clear line about connecting data you share with your specific name. Yeah, we need to be clear about this, because there should be no, in my view, sensitivity about sharing data, as long as it is not linked to a specific person. Yeah, that's a very important distinction. Thank you.
If I can add a word of caution, I'm going to add a word of caution. If you ever want to research this subject, a really good case study you should research is called In Bloom. One word, In Bloom. It was for education, and it was funded by the Gates Foundation to allow kids to interact with the system, children, as they're going through education, to go, oh, you're weak in this subject area, and it would recommend the best curriculum. The intention was fantastic, right? You accelerate people, you work with people in different levels based on their skills, et cetera. And it was a $100 million investment, and then 2 mama bears in New York State said, are you saying that there's a company collecting data on my children without my permission? And the whole project collapsed. Everyone was fired, and the code was put on GitHub. And that's the end of In Bloom. $100 million was wiped out by 2 mama bears who complained to the local school board. So don't underestimate that even this, with the best screening systems and all of that, if you make people upset by what might happen to data, because nothing happened, that might be enough to stop certain initiatives. So a word of caution. This In Bloom case is worth looking into to see what happened. Why did that, what went wrong, basically, with something that had extremely good intentions. Healthcare, many good intentions. So that fine line and doing it well is a very important thing. Thank you for that, Maxi. Okay, second question, and this has to do with talent. If a country is going to invest a lot of talent in this area, one of the problems you have is talent shortages. What can a country do to address the talent shortage and or attract talent to an organization? Because often if you're going to be building major initiatives and things, finding the best talent and retaining the best talent so they're willing to stay in the country. And so my formal question is, should our country or region in which you operate some strategic priority in AI, should you do that? Should you make it a priority? And if so, how do you overcome the shortage of talent and facilities, data centers, things like that that might arise in the process? So I have volunteered Dunja to kick this one off. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this starting point, the opening. I think I already hinted a little bit. There are talents, and actually at the opening talk this morning, we heard about AI having a long history in Slovenia. And it's exceptional. Not every country has so much emphasis on one area and on AI. So we were lucky because there was someone in the 70s who started AI in Slovenia. And this someone is academic professor, Dr. Ivan Bratko. And thanks to him, really, the AI is strong. It's spread at our institute. We used to be one department. Before I came there, it was one department for computer science. Then it spread. Then was one department for doing data analysis, AI. Now we are 3. And each of us has like 40 plus people. There are groups at universities. So we are good. But what we talk about to each other when we are like meeting on some committee meetings or something, how to get people. Because talents are escaping. And this is related to not just academia, also research institutes, and why they are doing so. Or people would like to stay. But one of the things is, if we want to really use the starting opportunity, the advantage that we have by having this long history of AI, we shouldn't just take it for granted, because it's changing. And one of the issues that we have is the regulatory system, which is limiting a mechanism of rewarding high-quality researchers. And this is something the country is looking in, but should be doing much faster. Because today, it's really difficult to compete. If you want to have a good person, how can you compete with the offer they are getting in Slovenian companies or companies abroad allowing them to work online, which are like 2 times higher, 3 times higher, 5 times higher, you have no chance because these are young people who are setting up their families. So first thing, regulatory system, I would really urge country, but also the other countries, I mean, they are not immune to this. The other thing is, do we want to understand this AI? I think tomorrow we don't want as a society to have very superficial view on this ChatGPT generating answers. You know, it gave me good answers to some questions that I knew what should be the answer. Now I'm trusting it because this is the mechanism we have in relation to people. But it's not, right? We have to be cautious all the way through, especially when you're asking questions which are not. It can mimic human behavior so well that it's convincing. So if we want to keep this level of understanding, we need to have people who are educated. And we should start young, because all the young people, children, are using everything. You can't tell them, don't use the system, but you can teach them how to use it, or you can teach them what is behind. And this is what we are trying. In a way, it's our role. But it's very difficult, because nobody is interested to understand what is really happening there. They just want quick results, and who cares? And this is another issue which, when we are projecting 10 years, we should look in, which is we are projecting in 10 years. But who is really driving it are generations which are coming. And I can tell you the younger generation, my son, who is studying computer science, it's so difficult to explain to him that you are just giving your data for free. He doesn't care. It's giving me a good service. Mom, who cares? I'm getting it. You understand? It's a different way of thinking. He wants to have YouTube video. Who is reading books? He reads books in PDF only on the vacations. You know, it's changing perspective on the things, and I think we should consider that. Otherwise, the time will just, pass by. We wouldn't understand. So there is something about the education. Specifically in Slovenia, we have to do something about recognizing, including computer science and AI already in primary education to the degree that it deserves. Because what is happening today, there is a lot of demand for AI experts or data scientists. So everyone is becoming data scientists. They are emailing, people who can learn, but we really need to make everyone understand at least a little bit. Otherwise, we are going to hit into big issues, like, autonomous vehicles. They are great, they are doing everything. When they start crashing, then you question, oh, this deep model is not explaining what is it doing, and so on. So we are also looking, by the way, also in this kind of explainable AI, these kind of things, because as researchers, we can't really compete with the giants who have machineries, who have data centers. So we should find the specific, maybe you can say knowledge intensive or going in-depth points. Maybe for the future, we can look into some subdomains which are priorities. Like in the morning, we heard about the climate changes and for Slovenia and healthcare and so on, and really make them something useful. No? And there is collaboration. I would say it's really important to do the collaboration, to stimulate the collaboration, which is collaboration internationally, collaboration between research and businesses, and also collaboration between the disciplines. And disciplines for researchers is the most exciting, because you get with the people who ask you questions and you are confused and you tell them something and everyone nods. And after 1 year of collaborating, you understand that you have a different idea what it is, what it means. In the past, it used to be, do you have the data? And they would say yes, and they would bring you paper at the end when you start. Today, it's not this, but there are other things. When you say data is good, yes, it's good, and then you figure out it's Excel, and you applied for like a data lake project or something like that. So but it's fun, It's fun, and it's in a way rewarding because we can see our methods working.
Very good. Any panelists? Please, Miha.
Yeah. Yes, the talent shortage, right? We see it everywhere, and now that after COVID there was like this remote work, definitely a lot of Slovenian talents working also abroad because, yeah, I mean, I and also probably everybody here like love Slovenia for their nature, and it's basically a perfect combination. You can work for whatever company in the world you want, and then after work you have beautiful nature around it, like seaside, mountains and everything. And now what we need to think is like, that's something that we have, like how can we make it that other talents will maybe come here, work for Slovenian company that then works for somebody else. Like how can we make people come here maybe because of the nature and other stuff, but how can we make the environment, the companies here desirable for other talents, because it's not only local work, but it's also remote work. But we can build companies here in Slovenia that can work for other companies in the world. And one way I see it is when we work with different companies, I often see that the questions they ask are sometimes similar. So they want to do something, and then the other company wanted to do something similar, and we built something for them, and then we built something for them. And in reality, what I see is like, what would be beneficial for the whole Slovenian AI community would be maybe more of this transparency in how things are done, how things are made. So in that way, we would learn more. So if there's a good project that was done, like how was it done, this sharing. There was this like in research, open articles initiative, like that if the government grants or supports something, I mean gives money for it, then it has to be opened for everybody else. And I think the next step here would be what Slovenia could do is like do something similar with the AI projects, right? Somebody was doing something and the government was subsidizing the development. Like, let's make it open as much as possible to see what's the challenges, how good the results are, what the methods were used, and this way what other community, other researchers would learn. Because that's sometimes the problem, like people are looking for tough challenges, they want to know what can be done, what was done, let's step on the shoulders of giants, let's put it like that, like all the good models, let's try to use them, modify them for this case, make them better, and this is what in reality will keep our people, because they want to do good project, they want to work on hard project, they want to solve it, and then kind of move the world in the direction they want. And this is, I think, opportunity for Slovenia to go there and really try to share the knowledge and help as much companies as possible. And then also those companies will be better, and this will be a good sign for others, and maybe people will talent will start coming in Slovenia instead of going out, because the nature and everything is ready for it. So we just need this talent to be conserved here.
Thank you, Miha. Maxim, please.
Thank you. I would like to build on everything that was said before and give you a couple of numbers on top. So, well, first of all, I would like to challenge the notion of thinking from Slovenian point of view. You are part of the global economy. Why? I think the question should be rephrased and reframed towards how to make Slovenia most competitive in the global world, in the global economy. And then you reframe, then you look beyond the borders, at the same time thinking how to give the advantage to local companies. But I would like to say something else. So in one of the interviews, what was also an AI forum where the Prime Minister of the UK, Mr. Sunak, was present, there was given a number of estimated size of the business related to AI that will be generated over time. The number was 15 trillion, 15 trillion. It will, of course, take time to get there, but this is the size of the market. So that is why the companies are investing there. It is not because they are altruistic. It is not because they don't have clear idea of return. It is because there is a lot at stake. Now, this is what is at stake. This is the reason why to invest there. Talking about talents. I would like to give you one personal example of how other countries are dealing with this challenge. And I would like, so personal example, my son studies in the Netherlands. He studies industrial engineering in Eindhoven, Technical University of Eindhoven. Now, Eindhoven was the city which was very much dependent on my previous employer. I used to work for 17 years for Philips. And Eindhoven was very much Philips city. So probably 90% of all the buildings there were in one or another way belonged to Philips. When Philips started divesting, because they applied the asset light model, they divested a lot of businesses, a lot of people unfortunately had to go, and that became a ghost city. That became a ghost city. There was no much job. There were many buildings were abandoned. And at some point, government of this region, they made a decision that they will be building a European Silicon Valley in that region. They call it now Brainport. So if you land in Eindhoven Airport, you will see a lot of branding, Brainport of Europe. There were two preconditions for them to start building that, and they are reasonably successful because their ambition was to bring 200,000 new technically educated people into the area. And there currently, I mean, another bottleneck emerged, which is the housing, because obviously the population of 200,000, yes, 200,000, adding 20,000, sorry, I miscalculated. So adding 10% of population, you will simply run out of houses very quickly. And that is why there is this type of crisis. But the point is, what were the preconditions? Education. And this university is one of the best globally, if I'm not mistaken, 11th or 12th place in terms of engineering globally. And another one is business. So business, thriving business located in this area. I'm pretty sure that those of you who are in one or another way linked to AI, you know ASML, because they are the global leading company producing the equipment for producing computer chips. They are based there. Literally 80 to 90% of all the graduates of that institution are already employed there. And that is what gave a boost to the region. So right now, like I said, compared to the situation a couple of years before, they very quickly run out of housing. They are attracting best talent, and they are getting their slice of this 15 trillion pie.
Very good. Thank you very much. Any comments from anyone else about? Yes, please.
At the end, because I'm born in Eindhoven, I think.
All right. There you go.
And my family lives, so I went through all these issues. This environment in Brabant has two problems. Big stables with pigs, so half of the province is smelling, and big data centers that are very much sharding the system, the energy system, etc. So people have two problems they want to resolve. And as you know, Danica was mentioning it, there is a big social and environmental issue connected with all what we are talking about today. And she made, in fact, a remark that we are not talking enough about it. And I want to make a connection with the next topic. What leadership do we need? You were mentioning leadership, but not leadership what is, let me say, introducing artificial intelligence as soon as possible. No leadership what is taking in account, doing that as soon as possible, taking in account the social and environmental issues connected with it. We have a province in Holland, they refuse to have a data center in the province because they said our systems are not made, we can't provide our companies with energy. Why should we have still such a huge data center to support all this social media business, all these stories? Do we have to finance that? All these problems. Because the big companies, you know, you are one of the leaders. They don't do too much to reduce the quantity of information going through the system. But okay, I only wanted, because of being from Eindhoven, I wanted to give a local impression.
Very good. And that, by the way, that's a transition, because we're supposed to go to the next panel right now. The last question we were going to discuss was something about what kind of initiatives at the European Union level, et cetera, that are, should be a priority. And what's happened is we've actually summarized many of them just in what we've just done. We've started with the privacy issue, the social impact, the energy impacts, et cetera. So we've actually covered. So I want to first ask us to give thanks to our panelists. Thank you very much. Bravo. Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite the next panelist to come forward, if that's all right. You know who you are. Okay, we have it. And we're going to transition exactly to your topic of managing and the leadership, right? Good transition. Excellent. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I need to hand this over to whoever is the next person. Ah, there you go. Thank you, Stefan. There you go. Sure.
So when you deal with the guys that are dealing with AI, at least you are not too late. We are almost on time. That's a good signal. So we will have a next panel, and 3 panelists are already here that will be joining us, or we are joining them physically. It's Eva McClellan, Barbara Domicelj, and Igor Rudan. And we are expected, and we already have here online, I hope, both panelists. One is Robert Sexton. Hi, Robert.
Good morning, Peter. How are you?
Robert, are you in Boston or in Miami?
I'm in Miami currently.
In Miami, okay. And we have Jorge Fernandez Vidal, who is the fifth one. Jorge, thank you for joining us. Basically, Jorge is now in Austria, I think.
Right.
Yeah. So basically, you have this wonderful brochure that describes who are the panelists with the main messages about what they did in their life. But I would call each of them to briefly just present themselves, pointing out the important things you did or you are doing related to the topic we are discussing. Eva McClellan first.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eva McClellan. I'm the president and general manager of Roche Slovenia. I'm Canadian by background, but I've lived in many countries, Switzerland, Belgium, and I studied at INSEAD. I did my transition to general management at INSEAD, so there's some connection with INSEAD as well. And of course, Roche is very focused on data and medicine development and using all technologies, including AI. And I'll speak to that a little bit later. And the other thing we're very focused on is working in a very decentralized way in the countries in which we serve to help upskill the talent, the capabilities, and so this is the relevance of me being here and contributing to this effort.
Thank you, Eva. Barbara?
Torej, pozdravljeni z moje strani. Okay. Barbara Domicelj, slovenska podružnica Microsofta. Yeah, I will, of course. Yeah, I've been with Microsoft for, I would say, almost 20 years. I went through all these transformation that Microsoft has done in the past few years. And I can say that in the last 9 months, I would say our whole life has totally changed. What are demands of our customers? What are demands on the leaders in the region and also in Slovenia? And I can only say that today we have heard many things that we already, in a local subsidiary of Microsoft, we already live in. So this is basically my passion, the passion of my colleagues in Slovenia. Maybe just a short intro. In Slovenia, there are approximately 60 people that work for Microsoft, for the region. Meaning that we are probably the best export of our knowledge in Slovenia and also importer of a good knowledge coming from abroad that with the cases that we can kind of repeat in the country and also accelerate the technology in Slovenian companies.
Thank you. We were thinking also to call Alphabet Google to join us. But when we learned what Philip Parker is doing, we decided not to call them. They are done. Igor.
Their history, basically.
Right. So, hi, I'm Igor Rudan. I'm actually a medical doctor, but it's been so long ago that I even forgot that. And then I was just interested in very, very many things. I had 2 master's degree and then 2 PhD degree, and if we had the universal basic income, I would probably have many more PhD degrees, but I had to eat as well, so I had to start doing something. So I think I jumped on every revolution in medicine, in science. So I developed a big biobank in Croatia called 10,001 Dalmatians, and we mapped the genes for human diseases, about 2,000 various genes. And then all this global health revolution came about, so I started working with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and World Health Organization and UNICEF and others to reduce child mortality, and I developed models that prioritize investments and reduced the global child mortality quite a bit. And then I also started popularizing science and wrote a few books and done some documentaries. But anyway, AI is definitely the next level of interest now, and I'm in Edinburgh, at the University of Edinburgh. I started the Center for Global Health there. We also have Usher Institute that I'm the research director of, and that's a digital public health institute. We're trying to merge digital and medicine, as you could hear earlier. So that's why I'm personally interested in all this.
Thank you, Igor. Igor has 17,000 citations.
217.
Igor, wait. I wanted to say this year.
Oh. I jumped the gun.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
With ChatGPT, you always know what's coming. With humans, you don't.
Yeah.
So now, let's go from the closer to more distant, only technologically. Jorge, please, would you say a few words about your work and connection to what we are discussing, of course?
Yeah, so I currently work for the Liechtenstein Group, which is a holding company, a collection of companies that look after part of our portfolio. Like Eva before, I also studied at INSEAD. I did my MBA there a while back, and I did my PhD in corporate transformation, and I teach at IE Business School strategy and transformation. And professionally, I spent the biggest chunk of my career working for McKinsey as part of their transformation and restructuring arm, as well as heading the efforts of 2 large multinationals as a head of transformation or chief transformation officer. And I'm very happy to be here in the panel today.
Thank you so much, Jorge. It's great to have you here because you really have both sides of what we are doing today in your career, being academic and researcher on digital, and also financing and investing and making decisions what to finance. And now, Robert Sexton is I must disclose, I hope I can say it, friend of mine, but he's an important person in medicine, in research, in the field where there is a lot of hope, and with and without development of AI. So Robert, would you just say a few words about yourself?
No, I want to thank you, Dr. Reskovich. I want to thank Dr. Perg and the rest of the committee that put this together. I'm sorry I wasn't able to join earlier today. I will tell you that I'm available for any time hereafter if anyone wants to continue our conversations in the next few hours beyond this time that's allotted. Having said that, I've spent my entire career at the interface of the tension of fields that have never merged before. And I say that with humility because as I started my career as a bone marrow transplant physician, I realized that the key to success of the bone marrow transplant procedure was to understand how the cells got back into the marrow, which is sort of a paradox, because if you do a transplant of any other type, you put the organ or the tissue exactly where it needs to be, which is to say if you do a heart transplant, you put it back in the mediastinum. If you do a lung transplant, you put it back in the thorax. But when you do a bone marrow transplant, you inject it into the bloodstream and the cells migrate into the marrow. Now I have to say that to you for you to understand that we tried to inject the cells back into the marrow in the 1950s and it didn't work. And the reason it didn't work is because basically we were destroying the microenvironment of the marrow when we tried to inject the cells into the marrow. Instead we found that if we injected them into the bloodstream, they found their way into the marrow. When I began my career as a bone marrow transplant physician, no one had any idea what was doing that, what was the molecular basis of the capacity of a hematopoietic, that is a blood-forming stem cell, to enter the marrow, and it turned out to be sugars. Now, why do I give you all that background? Because my entire career has been focused on taking two disparate disciplines and merging them, which is to say the discipline of glycoscience, which was really dominated by the glycochemists, and clinical medicine, which is dominated by the physician or the physician scientists who do preclinical modeling. And to bring those two together, we had to create a whole new field called translational glycobiology, which I will say humbly I launched. What I think we need for AI, if AI is going to intersect medicine, is I think we need translational AI. And so we need to take the domain experts, which are the clinicians and the scientists, and the methodologists, and we need to get them to cross-fertilize. And I will say more about that as we talk, but I think this is where the Bled School of Management and the team that's been assembled today could take a leading position and possibly even launch a journal, which we would call the Translational AI Journal or the Journal of Translational AI, with the intent purpose of bridging these gaps between these two groups, which are both potent, but cannot communicate effectively between each other.
Thank you so much, Robert. This was really going directly to the point, because that's what we are discussing the whole morning. That's all about how to bring things together, a lot of complex things, and trying to make them work in favor of our societies. Just few sentences about our effort to establish Institute for the Leadership in Digitalization and AI. If we would go for a fancy way, we would call it lab. Everyone calls everything lab now. But we decided to go for kind of old-fashioned, because I'm personally a big fan of the fantastic book, How Nations Fail. And it's a big story about the role of institutions, independent institutions, in development of societies. And it's written by Professor Acemoglu from MIT. Probably many of you heard about this book. And the message is the developed societies, in very broad term, are those that were capable to maintain and develop independent institutions. And the problem of the world we are living in is basically that we are intentionally or non-intentionally destroying 20th century institutions, starting from United Nations and going down, because of the many reasons that would be politically explained. But society cannot work without institutions. When I was young, I thought we don't need the institutions. We don't need education also, and so on. But definitely we do. So the question is, what are the institutions for 21st century that would be capable to answer 21st century questions and challenges? And our idea to establish institute we are now today launching is exactly that. Let's ask the first question: what would be 21st century institution that would be capable to answer all the questions we are discussing now? And so my first question to someone in public is, what would be the profile of that institution? Anyone has idea? What are the problems of 20th century institutions? Why they don't function? And what would be the institution profile based on all the knowledge we discussed today and capacities of artificial intelligence and large language models and everything?
Hello, Alexander Koenig, working with Phil. In my view, the problem is tech push. Like, working with a technology and trying to find an application for that, rather than starting with a problem and then reverse engineering and going back to what is actually the best solution for that problem. So I would encourage every institute, every company working on innovation to start with the question of what is actually the problem that we want to solve.
Excellent. So the problem we defined is what kind of institution we need that would be capable to answer all the problems they should address using the new knowledge and the new technologies we didn't have in the history. But without institutions that are modern, inclusive, transparent, equal access, and all this stuff that we were not capable to do historically, we would be in big problems, including the AI and technologies. So that's, you know, one of the reasons why we looked for the partners, because the first biggest challenge now is then collaboration, how you work with others. This is, again, a biggest problem of humanity. And I mentioned just recently the thing that differentiates us from all other species in the world was our capacity to collaborate. That's the difference. We were capable to work together compared to apes and chimpanzees or all other competitors that were not. So our first motto for the Institute is we will be capable to collaborate better than others. So the first collaboration was offered to Roche. Eva, we know why we wanted Roche. Tell us what you think Roche is doing differently, addressing these questions, compared to all other biotech companies, but all other companies, and why it's important for Roche to do this, please.
Yeah, sure. So thank you so much for that question. Where do I start? I think it's really important for me to highlight, so I've been at Roche for 16 years. I grew up around the time when the human genome sequence was complete. So I don't know if you remember this, 2003. I was sitting there going, oh my God, we have the code to the human genome. What does this mean for biologists like me? It means I can make medicine, you know? It's no longer just a chemist that can make medicine. And it also means we're gonna have gene therapy, we're gonna be able to cure cancer. I was so excited as a young scientist back in the day, and I am this excited today. That excitement has never left me. And Roche has been where I trained for the last 16 years. It's 51% family owned, very long-term focused, very, very focused on innovation and supporting society's biggest challenges. So I think that's number one. Number two, IEDC has been really impressive. So I just have to also show the collaboration both ways. It's been around for over 30 years. Roche in Slovenia has been around for almost the same time. The way the school has been pioneering leadership, creative leadership, you walk around and you see the art, you see soul and heart and vision in this school. So it was a natural partnership for Roche and IEDC school in terms of our values. So I think I just want to start there. And so now back to Roche. So we collaborate with a lot of ecosystems and universities. Just this month, we established a collaboration with Alston Research Institute in Harvard. So I'm pretty proud that, you know, at the same time that we're establishing Bled here in Slovenia, my colleagues are establishing an ecosystem in Boston. And, you know, that's the spirit of it. We've also been named #1 in AI in 2023. I recently learned that. Of course, I felt it in my bones, but now there's a nice, also a kind of statistics around. We don't compete with our colleagues. Many of my colleagues from the other industry are here. We collaborate, but on AI and technology, I can say we're investing much more than others. And there's 3 criteria that we got awarded for by external people. And the first criteria was innovation. So the track record for how much we invest in terms of mergers, acquisitions, in terms of research dollars in technology enabled by AI, in medicine enabled by AI. So that's #1. #2 was talent acquisition. So strong score reflected in the capability to attract and retain AI specialists, because we know that's a very hard capability to do. Roche is very decentralized. We have a lot of autonomy to function in the countries in which we're in, and therefore we can have a lot of say in terms of the talent we bring in. And the third one is what Robert said. The third criteria for us to win this was Roche was showcased its in execution, in its ability to bring AI-powered products and service to the market effectively and deploy them. And so the third point is execution, I think the third magic thing. So for this reason, we felt we were a strong partner to contribute to the efforts in Slovenia, and hopefully Slovenia becomes a very effective node in a much bigger international network where we can learn faster here and spread, democratize that access to what we're learning in other areas and other countries. So that's all I'll say about that for now.
Thank you, Eva. When we came to Eva talking, we said, Eva, we don't need your money, we need knowledge from the Roche. And she luckily said yes. But definitely, Roche is a big source of knowledge, and we are looking for a knowledge that is not short-term, as you said, and this family part of the ownership give us some assurance that they are not looking only to P&L in 2024 or whatever. And hopefully, because we want to be independent institution, don't forget about what Ashemoglu wrote. Thank you, Eva. So, Igor, you was the first scientific director of Usher Institute, which is now the big success. And who knows what will happen with us in the next 5 years. You know, maybe it will be just another attempt that failed. So what they did with Usher, that it make it succeed, and what would be your message to everyone in Slovenia, what should be done?
Right. So it's very difficult to reform already existing things. When something new happens, it's good to start from scratch, start fresh. Basically, in UK, we've heard of many things that didn't go that well in recent years, but some things still do go quite well, actually. And there's a lot of forward thinking and planning in higher education sector. So what happened several years ago is that Edinburgh got one of these city deals. These city deals are usually 1.3 billion pounds. And it was asked, what do you want 1.3 billion pounds for? And they said, we want to become a data capital of Europe. Why? Because we have a computer science within the university, which is probably best in Europe, maybe top 5-3, maybe even in the world. The University of Edinburgh is between 17th and 37th in the world on various rankings. And half of it is medicine, which is excellent. And about a quarter of it is computer science and engineering. So what it wanted is to invest all this into merging computer science and medicine. So to get all the people from computer science who are interested in applying this to medicine, and all the people from medicine who are interested in adopting digitalization into one building. So they 70 million pounds went into the new building, which looks really, really nice and impressive. We're going to move there in March next year. So we're scattered at the moment all over the university, but you know, communicating completely online, and you know, during the pandemic nothing stopped us, because from the start we were set up to communicate online, which is good to know, because you know, you can obviously set up institutes and work online. Now it's going to be a very, very big ask to move people into that building. Actually, that's going to be the biggest challenge probably for us in the next few years. So basically, you know, you think forward, you think, okay, what are our strengths? Okay, how can we merge these two areas? We're going to get about 500 people into this modern building, some of them computer scientists, some of them medical people, but, you know, wishing to work with each other. And then you just let it fly and see what happens. You offer tons of opportunities. Through the design of this building, we thought of that, for people to mix and mingle and talk over coffee, over you know, best ideas were usually developed over, you know, copying on a photocopier when people were standing in the line talking to each other. So that's what we want to recreate, and we'll see what happens. You know, if we can make medicine far more preventative and far less curative in the next 10 years, that is our mission. But we are one of the first digital schools of public health, but schools of digital public health. So that's what we want to be.
But okay, also going for one spot, one place, putting together different disciplines and professions together to solve the same problem they are expected to solve. Yeah. So we couldn't do it here, but we should do it in an effort to create an ecosystem everyone likes to mention, but very few manage to establish, you know, because of the problem of how we are difficult in collaborating with each other. Jorge, part of your life was dedicated to research on why and how digitalization works or does not work in a real world. So what was the message? We have technologies, they are sometimes perfect, but then the results may be perfect or poor. What your research found out?
Yeah, so I'll try to summarize that briefly. I'd say several things, and probably I'll highlight 4 of them. The first one is that, you know, typically you do have people that have a lot of IT or digital expertise, but lack business expertise, and you have business experts that lack IT knowledge. So I think being able to drive that business change, being able to switch from being an IT or a digital leader to be a business leader, right? And ensuring that those that lead the organization are aware of the latest developments, are able to understand technology, but at the same time, those that drive technological innovation are able to understand business is a critical first point. I'd say the second point has to do with the fact that in the context of a digital transformation, the structures, the traditional organizational structures that you have are no longer valid. You do have a combination of more formal, informal, more internal, more external, more permanent, more temporary structures. I mean, it becomes really complex because you need different skills, you need different personnel, you have consultants that come in, you have people that you need for a short period of time. That talent also moves throughout the organization and outside the organization. So being ready to manage a very different organizational structure becomes critical, right? And I think that's where a lot of companies struggle, fundamentally because in the process of that transformation, where you are today is going to be very difficult from what you try to be or you're going to be tomorrow. I think the third point is around mastering that talent complexity, right? You know, IT crowd or the digital, if you want, natives and that new generation probably comes with different demands in terms of autonomy, in terms of purpose, in terms of ownership, in terms of flexibility. And I think that requires also a different mindset, being able to integrate, manage, promote, and attract people that probably want things that are different. And also you need to make sure that in that scenario of talent complexity, you have the talent that you need at every single point in time. And that changes as the organizational transforms. Again, you might need talent today that you don't need tomorrow, or in that process of digital transformation, the technological, I guess, skills required evolve so rapidly that you also need to have that internal flexibility to handle that. And I'll say, and to be brief, that the fourth point is probably around promoting learning, right? I mean, ensuring that the entire organization, and particularly the leadership of the organization, really is aware of what's changing, right? And so probably it becomes much more critical to ensure that leaders go back to school, or that leaders interact with institutes or with organizations such as yours, and that really you find an outlet, you find an avenue, you find almost a frame of mind or a way of working where you are constantly refreshing what you know because of that constant change. I'll say that as a brief summary, those are the things that I will highlight.
Yeah, that's summary of long research that was published. Thank you, Jorge. Now let's use this, what you said as a finding, to a concrete example, 2 concrete examples. One would be Sexton Lab at Harvard, and the other one would be Microsoft. And so you have almost perfect products, or very good. Let's not do almost, yeah. And then you come to institutions, organizations, even whole societies, and then the outcomes are very different. Sometimes it's fantastic, it works, reception is complete, you move forward fast. On the other side, probably also complete failures. What makes the difference?
Well, I think, and we started at the beginning, you know, with the collaboration piece, and also the inclusion of every single, I would say, entity that is connected to leadership, AI, and so on. So whenever we talk about, you know, collaboration, it's something that is in Microsoft's DNA. So whatever product we launch, we always think about, you know, underprivileged people. Also, what are the potential legal consequences? Are we really talking about 100% or 120% being sure that the data is private, that it stays private, and so on? So I think that whatever product we launch, you know, it needs to be inclusive to everyone. When it comes to let's say the collaboration, which means that, you know, of course, you know, we need to collaborate with the governments, with you know, the schools like you have, like yours, and, you know, others. But when you know, there is a certain, you know, additional thing that we need to have also as a humanity, and also as business leaders, also as, you know, like educators, is the courage. You know, so whatever differentiator, you know, there is with the companies that really kind of strive for success, you know, it was the courage. You know, if we look at, I don't know, Netflix, Disney, I mean, even Amazon, you know, if we name the competitors, you know, it was the courage at the end of the day. You know, there were leaders who are, you know, really courageous enough to say, okay, I mean, we will spend that amount of money and we will, you know, try, fail, but learn a lot. And I think this is a very, very key differentiator in everything that we do.
Even the whole country.
Maybe I can wait for a second here, because this is super important.
Please, Robert, I just wanted to give you a word. Please go ahead.
But a lot of things have been said by every panelist, which is really critical. And I think that almost every word has been important and informative. And I want to come back to Igor and to, if I may, you know, Jorge himself, because one of the difficulties here is if we can do it, should we do it? I mean, the point is that if you look at what we were capable of doing in the late 1970s and early 1980s with stem cell biology, there was a group of learned people that were assembled in the UK to create what was called the Warnock Report in 1984. The Warnock Report basically struggled with our capabilities of human embryo research and development of the human embryo in the laboratory, and what should be the brakes that we put on to whatever it is we might be able to do. Now, I want to share with the group precisely what the point of the brakes were. They wrestled with when is it possible, or when it should be stopped to do embryonic stem cell research in a human being. And ultimately, this panel, which was comprised of lay people and clergy and ethicists, as well as physicians and scientists and governmental leaders, they all decided on one endpoint, and that was at the point where the human notochord is developed, which is day 16 of development, between 16 and 19. In other words, what makes us human is our capacity to think. And once we develop as an embryo to the point where we have the primitive central nervous system, which is the notochord, that's the point of nomas. We cannot go beyond that point in research on an embryo. Now we're taking the capacity of human intelligence and putting it into learned algorithms, which are forcing us to ask ourselves, how much of this do we want to control, and to what outcome do we seek? When I hear Igor talk about preventative medicine, as a person that we might live in the Amazon, I don't want to be imposed preventative medicine. I want to live my life, and other people want to live their lives. And so we get these data mining strategies that give us, quote, a better outcome for physiology, but is a better outcome for quality of life. Now, I'm only putting that on the table because at the end of the day, We need to structure this in the terms of humanity, and we won't talk about that today. But we will talk about one thing, and that is how to bridge the talent complexity. Because I think there is where you can get a break of reality on what we want to accomplish in the 21st century. We don't want to be able to do everything that AI could possibly do. I think that would be quite dangerous, to be honest with you. And I've seen it myself in the operating room, because as we transformed surgery from a hands-on experience to something that was robotic, I watched multiple times when the suture just snapped, just broke. Because one of the things you do when you do surgery by hand is you know the exact tension of that 6/0 silk. And once you put it in the hands of a machine, unless you put in the brakes to know the precise tension, it ain't gonna happen. And you've got people visualizing to stop the tension, but they don't know exactly where to stop. Now, people got through that problem, but we have to understand that once we let the genie out of the bottle, we create an algorithm or a perception of better practices that could be detrimental to society as a whole. Why I want to share all this with you? Because my major overarching concern is not our ability to communicate. And I'll tell you what, if you look at the speed of the methodologists that are running these algorithms, it's like this. And if you look at the speed of the biomedical scientists, it's like this. And you're like 180 degrees from each other, and you're all moving logarithmically in different places. And somewhere in the middle of this has to be an ethicist, and maybe even a physician, him or herself or they, to be able to say, wait, what are we trying to do here? At the end of the day, we're so smart, we can do all these things, we can create all these algorithms, but did we do the smart thing for humanity? And I want to throw that on the table for everybody to consider.
Thank you, Robert. This is already, in a way, defining a mission and the content of the work of our institute, because for the first time in history, we are facing the question what we shouldn't do within the capacity of everything what we can do. And it's equally challenging as compared to what we can do. And I think that the role of the Institute would be also, at least we are thinking forward, to also bring a strong team of bioethicists around the world to be part of everything what we are doing, especially in life sciences, of course, but also elsewhere. Jorge, let's move. Let's follow the same line of thinking. You are investment director in the big fund owned by Prince of Liechtenstein, or I don't know, brother. But and you are most of your investments are related to food and agriculture. And I've looked into your portfolio. It's an interesting one. But how you decide where you're going to invest, having in mind all three questions we heard today: safety of the food, sustainability of our environment, and profitability of your investment. It's very concrete situation. What you do?
Very concrete, but a complex one. I mean, I think for us, yes, our group is owned by the princely family of Liechtenstein, like Roche, family owned, in this case 100%, and a very long-term outlook, right? So manage intergenerational wealth, and by definition, very much worried about sustainability, simply because at some point you're going to get these problems that we all look into the future when you're trying to manage intergenerational wealth. You're going to face the challenges that we're all fearing, mostly driven by climate change. I think for us, we try to solve problems that are relevant for our portfolio companies. So we take a look of trying to solve immediate problems that we understand that we can control, because we don't want to branch out and to some of the comments that we have heard, probably try to address or try to get into areas where we do not have that knowledge of how long we can go. And I think in general, we try to leverage the latest science or the latest innovation to try to create or try to drive change in the ag and food environment towards something that is less polluting that is able to produce the yield and the quantity of food that we require, and somehow that is able to do so in a way that uses critical resources, primarily water. I think that's our chief concern, much more smartly, and that we also invest in those actors that we believe are able to drive change in the system, right? So I'd say for us, what's important is work on problems that are critical. We work across pollination, water, yield increase, to try to solve issues that we know of, because we believe that you can only solve a problem if you have deep expertise about that problem. And three, because of the kind of investor that we are, we try to invest in technologies that are suitable for us, in the sense that are technologies that take a while to develop and that require the sort of patient capital that we can provide. If we look at the history of some of the things that we have funded, you know, we probably invested 30, 35 years to do research, and only at the end of that we started having some results. So I'd say that's what guides our investment process.
I know that both you are a big fan of understanding Africa and the circumstances as opportunities for development, which I think are huge. And Philip was also doing interesting thing in relation to both Africa and food and new technologies. So maybe it would be a good discussion between two of you. So moving, let's say, closer and closer to reality to help us understand what institutes should do in the future. Eva, what do you think are the biggest opportunity in health sector in Slovenia, taking into the account all the advantages of the right size country have, using all the type of knowledges your research institutes and the whole organization have?
You know, just because we have AI doesn't mean we need to use it for every single sector and every single problem. But I do think we have a watershed moment in front of us in healthcare. And the problems facing Slovenia are not unique to Slovenia. These problems exist in Canada, they exist in all the other countries I've worked with. And those are, you know, all the way from shortages of healthcare workers through to errors in decision-making, through to, you know, just not speedy enough science to solve some of the issues we have, and. So I think we have to use this technology smartly. So the thing that excites me about Slovenia particularly is the problems aren't unique, but if we solve them in a right-sized country, they can help Slovenia and other countries. And where Slovenia is unique, the first thing I did, and my team knows when I first came here, I was obsessed with the question, what is unique to Slovenia? What is Slovenia known for? What is Slovenia masterful at? I know there's something, because I did my homework before I came, and in many industries, including an automotive piece that is in every single car around the world, is made in Slovenia. So I'd like to know what the equivalent of that is in healthcare. Because I do believe that you need to, as our colleague said, in order to innovate, you have to be masterful in something. And so that in Slovenia, among other things, I believe is your data registries. In oncology and in other areas, 70 years of registries. In oncology, deep registries, they're used for clinical decisions, not only, you know, just to collect data. So they're very high quality registries. And the challenge is they're not being leveraged at the moment. And I think this is a real opportunity for Slovenia to be a front runner in high quality data analysis, and then also use for other reasons. Just to put in perspective, we're doing a project right now in ophthalmology, 16,000 patient records, same kind of quality as the UK. They have half the size of those records. And blindness is going to be, you know, as the aging population is going to become a reality for us. So I also agree with the colleague. I'm not a big fan personally, now this is with Eva's hat on, to extend life forever, but I am a fan of high quality life for as long as possibly you can. And I think we can all agree our eyesight is something we want to keep as long as we possibly can. So these are very pragmatic and practical things I wanted to highlight. And I think the colleague from Jože and Stefan Institute, she said, you know, we ought to focus on something specific. And healthcare, I think is a really good place for Slovenia to focus its energy and its time. And it will be appreciated by Slovenians living in Slovenia, citizens of Slovenia, but it will also be appreciated, and mark my words, hopefully in a couple of years by countries outside of Slovenia. So that would be my point of view.
Yeah, and there are some companies in Slovenia that are really fantastic in developing solutions and applications for healthcare sector like Better, that are usually better accepted and faster given a chance abroad than within the country, but that's normal. That's what Caesar resolved many years ago, and Napoleon also. Yeah.
I heard earlier today when we started to talk about AI and privacy, people started to get nervous, right? And then rightfully so. So when I think about it from a healthcare perspective, maybe two areas that could be interesting to consider. One, the healthcare industry, pharmaceutical industry, is the number 2 highest regulated industry after aviation. So if you're looking for a partner to really go into the highest regulated space in terms of data, honestly, it's us and aviation. So those are the 2 industries. And the second thing is, in terms of expertise that we bring, honest regulatory expertise. Nothing gets through the shelf until it's been completely regulated. So I think we have a lot of regulatory experience, and AI requires that. And then the second thing is data has always, like the colleague from INSEAD said, it's not new, you know. We talk about big data as if it was new. In the pharmaceutical industry, we've had to have data from day one. We are data-driven, evidence-driven. If we don't have data, we don't have evidence. If we don't have evidence, we don't have a label. If we don't have a label, we don't have a business. And so for us, you know, data is equivalent to trust, and trust is equivalent to evidence, and evidence is equivalent to our survival of our business. So I just wanted to kind of put that in context. If there is an area that is highly regulated already and could experiment safely with how we can make it better with new technologies, it's probably healthcare. And maybe on a personal note, if any of you have had family members that have been sick, and I'm sure many of you have, I certainly have experienced that recently, especially with my parents. When you're making a decision that's going to make you better, whatever that ailment you have, the privacy question is the second question, isn't it? It's your health and survival that becomes the first one. So I think it's always trade-offs. It's what's the cost of my privacy, at what cost? If it's just to get something to come my way into my inbox to give me a better color of clothing, of course I'm not going to. That's too high of a cost for the benefit I'm going to get. But if it's something that is potentially going to extend my mother's life, the privacy kind of becomes a secondary thing. The life of high quality life of my parent becomes primary. So again, it's not perfect, highly regulated, and also cost-benefit analysis in healthcare, I think, is appropriate.
Yeah, that's how we move ahead. Even sometimes we are not sure what would be the outcome. Igor, having in mind your experiences, what would you do with the institute that would put the institute on the global map of best problem solvers in the area of managing AI and digitalization?
Right, so I'll use the knowledge of everyone here, and it's been said already, I think. I think Alexander said the institute is going to be successful if it addresses a need and actually solves that need, addresses, helps solving that need. And then we've heard also 2 important things here, I think. First, AI could be applied almost anywhere now, so we should prioritize where are the low-hanging fruits, what are the priorities, where we would get the biggest return in the shortest amount of time for the least amount of money. But also we've heard Professor Sackstein and everyone else talking about regulation, so what we should not be doing. And, regulating is not easy. We've heard that too. So I think we have a framework here. It needs to address the need. It needs to help prioritize the uses of AI, but it also has to help regulate. And when I say regulate, I think this is maybe even the most important thing, because we've heard so many people mentioning it this morning or afternoon now already. So I'll give you an example. Bizarrely, I've been asked by Večernji List in Zagreb to write a new biography of Nikola Tesla, and I've been doing it for week in, week out for 20 weeks already. because he's left so much interesting stuff in his writings that they thought we should use it to show how well, and what could Tesla know and what he could not have known, right? So I've been doing this, and what I've been, never mind Tesla now, what I've been fascinating is in 1884, 130 years ago, how little difference it was to the world then than to now. We had no radio, okay, no television back then, right? No antibiotics, no vaccines. So imagine a world without radio and television. They didn't have lightning, but electricity was a big thing, okay? So, and what did they want to electrify? The railroads, okay, the harbors, because ships and trains were all you had, and they wanted to lit up the cities. And everyone was fighting for contracts. So you had Edison, you had Thomson, you had Brush, and they were doing all the things that the big techs are doing today, trying to compete, trying to outsmart each other, squeeze each other out, trying to get political contracts, trying to avoid being regulated at any cost that they could, using all sorts of personal contacts and so on. And there you could see the importance of the state, because the state was providing patents which need to be firm, and then they could block each other out. So and the state was regulating, and when you had this industrial revolution at the beginning, it was terrible. Children 12-year-old were working, getting sick, getting lung disease. Everyone was dying by the age of 40, 43, so nobody was bothered giving people retirement fund because they knew they would never get to use it, right? So, so basically, that was the world then. But the world today, how is it different? What's different is that back then, there were not so many people working on things, and the state could kind of follow the developments, and they could regulate. And there were mechanisms and institutions that were strong enough to do that. Today, what we need to really be thinking is, too many people are doing too many things, and it's going so fast that the states are too slow. They just don't have a capacity to follow this and to themselves think about how to regulate it. So if they could have institutions, like independent institutions, well-minded intellectuals like this institute or any other institute, which could explain to them, which could monitor what's happening and explain to policymakers what is it happening, what are the risks, what are the benefits, and how it's all going to affect the society. I think that would be a huge need for the state. Otherwise, we're just states are going to fall behind, and we're going to come into some sort of a post-state world in which the big tech will be both developing and regulating themselves and making all the decisions for the state. And I'm not sure whether that's a good thing without checks and balances. Yeah.
Yeah, that's again big challenge. We remember meeting between President Biden and 8 big guys on the other side, and I think even the body language would say everything we want to know about that meeting. Okay, the 1-minute message, the same question Philip was asking, how you see Institute in 10 years, Robert?
Oh, I think this institute is remarkable already for just having the opportunity to assemble this group of thought leaders in this one specific topic of today's discussion, which is what do we want to do to place Slovenia on the map and also advance the opportunities in AI. And I think if you want to look at it Slovenia-centric, I really like the idea of harnessing the Slovenic system of healthcare and potentially its oncology databases. But I will say this about that, because this is the caution that I really do place forward. We have a lot of literature to mine here. We have a lot of data to mine. And there's a lot of bias in all these data points. And quite honestly, if you look at the number of scientific articles that are published each year now, it's well over 1 million. And no one knows, quite honestly, how much of that is scientific fraud. Of course, AI is going to help us dive through that scientific fraud. But if we can control quality in a region such as Slovenia, and be absolutely confident that we have appropriate mind over data, not as data mining, but mind over data, which is to understand the quality of the data and really understand where it is not of high quality, then I think we can make this major step forward to solve how AI could be most appropriately used to the most life-threatening conditions in cancer. And so I'm super excited about the roles that we'll play in this, but that's just the area that I feel very confident Slovenia could take a major step forward.
Okay, thank you, Robert. By the way, of course, school is placed in Slovenia, but from the very beginning, it was international, like science is international and technologies are international. And whatever we are going to do, we should be ambitious to do it under the global criteria, because it doesn't make sense doing anything else. Jorge, what's your message? You know, everyone's speaking 10 years forward. When we look 10 years backward, it would be good to see all the promises, including in genetics and elsewhere, what Philip was mentioning. A lot of promises like in internet sales, but many things didn't happen also. So, Jorge.
I think to me, given where you come from and given that ultimately you're a school of management, my hope is that in 10 years, the Institute will contribute to help business leaders, which ultimately are the ones that are going to make a lot of the relevant decisions in this world, to be honest, get this right. I think it is really important that we get this transformation, that we get this new technological wave right. And I think that institutes like this and the combination between that technological expertise and management will help in that role, and hope Bled plays a great role in that.
Thank you, Jorge, and I hope you know, we'll spend most of this time together working on these topics. Barbara, what would be? We have a minute and 30 seconds to be competitive with Philip. We'll finish 5 minutes before.
It's the same question.
Yeah.
10 years from now, you mean? Actually, I wanted to share very shortly, you know, because very recently we did a kind of, we sat down together, you know, business leaders of Microsoft in CIMA region, which is Central Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And we were kind of looking for difference between the countries that were kind of laggards and the leaders of the AI, and what are the requirements of the country. And of course, you know, I was comparing to Slovenia, and I must say that we've kind of identified at least 10 reasons why the countries are leaders within the EA. And 8 of that, you know, Slovenia, we do have it. You know, and this goes to the talent pool, strong academic research, strong investments from the government, which actually takes
so decisive are the 2 elements that you don't have.
So 40 years plus with the institute and so on. So there are things where we are really good. So the question is, you know, can we be a lighthouse, or can we be, you know, can we become also a laggard in that? Because the development is so fast that, you know, if we sleep on it, we probably will never be a leader in this area.
Okay, but what are the 2 elements that are missing?
2 elements that are missing, I would say regulation, and I can tell you on my personal bureaucracy and so on, I can tell you on my personal case, my daughter has been diagnosed with diabetes type 1, 9 months back. In Slovenia, it's not allowed to share personal data outside of Slovenia. In reality, the only way for us to actually cope with this disease is actually to share the full data outside of Slovenia, even outside of European Union. Okay. I don't have any problem with sharing with this, including, you know, her, let's say, psychological treatment, which actually also comes with the disease. So it's the let's say, regulations and so on. We need to clear it up. Yeah. And I have full trust, by the way, into the technology and also in the European Union and the regulation that they will go in the right direction, because the collaboration is there. I mean, the European Union, all the regulation, they are working with the governments, with the business and so on, and also with the academic institutions like, you know, Bled School.
Good point. Eva, last comment in this panel. What would Roche say in 10 years Was it good decision?
Yeah, I think we would say we were part of something that has made a difference. And oftentimes we lionize one or two individuals and we say, you know, look what they did and look what Tesla did. And actually, in reality, it's a community of people. It's a very powerful community of people that are behind something. So I would say we would be proud if this was referenced around the world of how did they do it, and the they was emphasized, and that people stuck together for long enough to actually get an ecosystem to have a case study, to have something really useful that others can learn from. But I think in 10 years to say they really cracked how to work across ecosystems. And this was the group that did it, and it didn't really matter 1 or 2 or 3 or 5. It was a really powerful group of individuals that that helped the world make a difference.
Thank you. I think this is really the biggest challenge for anyone, even if you have to work together with your wife and your children. Try to see how it works. So look, ecosystem sounds fantastic. So I hope we'll be capable to develop ecosystem in a full meaning. Thank you for your attention, and Danica, we are 2 minutes late. But we started 5 minutes later.
Yes, I'll send it to you now. Yes.
Oh, good. You got mine because I didn't see yours before. I would like to also get a WhatsApp number for you so I could call you.
I will do that now.
Okay, that'd be good. I'll call.
There, I have to move there is camera. I'm sorry I can't give you the chocolate this time, but it will come. Thank you very much. So now we are having the last concluding words from our guest speaker, our keynote speaker, Tim Parker. And then we shall not make any break, but we shall make a presentation, introduction of our 5 alumni who are receiving Alumni Achievement Award. And we would like that you know who are they and what did they did, what did they do in their life. So please, here, and then we have a very good lunch upstairs. So don't leave before, because we ordered food for everybody.
Oh man, I'm gonna go fast. I better be short. We only have we have negative 3 minutes here for me to conclude, and I decided to conclude what was talked about today in one sentence with mini semicolons. I think the solution for how small countries or communities can actually be in this space and compete effectively might be summarized by the following. One is collaboration for 2 reasons, rational reasons. One is when you collaborate, you see different perspectives around the tree, so to speak, and bringing in people in one field, medicine, with computer science, and bringing them together in the same place, you get solutions that wouldn't have happened otherwise. So collaboration is good for that point of view, but more importantly, or equally importantly, is it dramatically reduces the fixed and marginal cost structure of innovation, because often what's available is available for free. Virtually every algorithm that exists out there is royalty free. And often if you don't collaborate, you don't know that. And that's the most important thing. So if you're going to start as a country, do not invent the wheel if the wheel is free. You reuse and repurpose is number 1, semicolon. But only do so with a guiding moral, ethical, and legal compass. Anticipate that people are going to scrutinize what is being done and that there may be some negative things, but do not fear the liberty and freedom of individuals to perhaps share their data on their daughter's condition for the benefit of the family, for Pete's sake. Often we can be too heavy-handed in regulations and things and remove people's freedoms, which could in themselves be part of the solution, i.e. part of the collaborating folks. And in doing so, if you do those 2 things together, you're still stuck with the problem, what do we do? There is always a time horizon question, short-term, long-term, etc. Literally, you need to have a killer ideas workshop mentality. No idea is necessarily bad. Let them all come out. but you do have to prioritize. What do you think is feasible and what will be impactful? And what's impactful is typically something that does solve a problem. Solve problems that people will appreciate the problem being solved for. The bigger the problem, the more regional the problem, the more important the problem to each group or individual is very different. You simply need to select the ones that are important to Slovenia, to your society, to your culture. If it's individual parents who want to have their data shared so it can possibly cure their children's diseases, that is an important problem. And you simply focus AI as a weapon or a tool to solve people's problems under the constraints of moral and ethical and legal frameworks. And in doing so, I think the last thing is if you create new institutions that do so, the one problem of institutions in general is they tend to get, let's say, controlling. They don't empower people, etc. They set many rules, many boundaries. So institutions that are flexible are probably institutions that are likely to succeed. Flexible, bring people together from different perspectives, etc. I'm going to share with you the last point that I wanted to agree with one of our panelists in particular, and I believe it was Barbara. In my experience, because I've had a lab now since 1998, where I started at INSEAD's lab, and I think that the key ingredient, given that we've solved these other problems, is what she said was courage. I think that is the element, because often when people say, well, what can we do with this algorithm to solve this massive problem? Nobody wants to take the blame for failing in achieving that. It often needs courage, someone who just says courage. And I was fortunate to work with a fellow named Arnaud de Meer, who basically had the courage to say, Phil, you're going to work on a thing that takes 6 months to write a research report. How about in 3 months? How about in 3 weeks? How about in 3 days? How about in 30 minutes? How about 3 minutes? Can we write a high-end industry study in 3 minutes with an algorithm? At the time, that was 1998, that sounded kind of crazy. Like, what are you talking about? But he had the courage to say, this is worth trying. Let's do that. And gave a little bit of seed money to a crazy idea. And the courage to do so, that's what's required. The courage to fail. Many cultures don't accept failure easily. So it might require a culture change. It might require that. And I think if there's a message, IECD is courageous by setting up these institutions. That is courage. But you have to support courage. And that's the most important thing, foster courage. I want to thank you, and I'm going to that was one sentence with many semicolons. Conclusion. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Now, dear friends, we come to the exciting moment of today's event, the Alumni Achievement Award ceremony. The Alumni Achievement Award is a peer-to-peer award. That means that, we have 16 alumni clubs around the world. Mostly they are in Europe, Asia, like Asia Caucasus, in fact, in Georgia. And then we have also alumni club in South Africa, being for all Africa together. So these clubs, they were every year recognizing the best alumni, the most successful alumni, IEDC alumni. And we count for alumni people who graduated in MBA, in doctoral studies, and in the 5-week general management program and young managers. This year we have 4 of them from MBA and 1 from general management program. So what are we looking for? I mean, not we, but the colleagues alumni, because the clubs are choosing them. So they are looking for the highest ideals that personify outstanding individual career achievement, leadership, innovation, and service to the community, as well as the contribution to the school development. We launched the Alumni Achievement Award in 2011 on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of our school, and today we are celebrating already the 12th generation of Alumni Achievement Award winners. Since with me here is Barbara Ferjan, she is our boss of Alumni Association, and I would like also to mention that there are two alumni clubs presidents here with us. One comes, I shall first mention you, Christy, George from Romania, because you come from far. And then we have the Slovenian president of Slovenian Alumni Association, Nina Stupan. So these are the two with us. And as I said, the other 14, you know, they will be, I hope, next year coming, at least some of them. So it is my great pleasure now to announce the winners of the 23 Alumni Achievement Award, and I will call them in alphabetical order. And then I shall ask you kindly, each of you, to come here, and we prepared some cup and a diploma for you. So first is Robert Ljoljo, President of the Board of Management Lek and Sandoz, Country President Slovenia. He graduated in General Management Program 2008 here in the school. You sir. Congratulations. Already now. You don't know that, but Leg was sending, I think, 150, yes, about 150, 156, I think, even people to GMP program, you know, General Management Program. You couldn't progress in Leg if you didn't make at least General Management Program, which was in the beginning 7 weeks long, then it was 5 weeks long. And their HR came here and listened to their defense of the project, and it was a very serious stuff. So, Robert Ljoljo has a remarkable career, spanning 20 years at Lek, during which he led the implementation of multiple technology solutions and systems. He managed large teams at various levels, including country, regional, and global, which earned him numerous prestigious awards, such as the Sandoz and Novartis Awards of Excellence. With extensive experience in executive management of both generic and innovative pharmaceuticals worldwide, Robert's strengths lie in operational excellence and change management within the global pharmaceutical industry. So, once again, we shall present you the diploma, Robert. Once again, congratulations. We shall take it away afterwards, just to make a photo. Thank you. Thank you. And now Robert will give a speech. Short speech. He will say something. He will say something about
No, thanks a lot, Danica. Don't worry, it will not be a very long speech, so I'll let you go with the wine very soon. But just one moment of reflection when I was basically following carefully Professor Parker today. I was thinking actually on my first day when I entered into the lake, which was, if I remember correctly, in '92 as a high school student, doing at that time the research work about the computer networks, you know, how computers are connected to each other. And we were at that time with the local lake team sending email from Slovenia to Poland, right? So those were the starts of as well my IT development and study. But what I wanted to say, fast forward today, we basically learned a lot about what is today possible, and even dare to imagine a little bit what will become possible in the years to come. So I'm not a super big expert in the AI, but together with the teams and together with collaboration, I think a lot can be achieved. But what will never go away is a leadership strength and leadership as a discipline, right? And I must say that I'm very humbled and honored that actually I was part of the school program here at Bled. Learned a lot, and basically this set me up on the right course as well to achieve what I achieved so far. So with that great school and alumni actually helping each other to further grow, I'm super sure that actually so many years from now we will again be able to celebrate another alumni and another alumni generation. So thanks, Danica, for all the work you do. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you once again. The next one is Zoran Mitreski from Croatia, President of the Management Board Consum Plus and Executive Director of the Retail Business Area Fortenova Group, Croatia, and he was graduating an MBA 2014-15. Zoran is an accomplished retail professional with extensive experience in Consum. He has navigated, is he on the screen? Not yet. He will be on the, you know, he is in the plane in the meantime, so he made a video before. He has navigated the company through some of its most challenging times, including the major crisis of 2017. Thanks to his leadership and that of the team of senior managers, the business was stabilized and once again achieved outstanding results. Recently, Zoran was in addition appointed to the position of the Executive Director of the Retail Business Area in Fortenova Group. In this role, he oversees a regional network comprising around 2,500 sales points and over 30,000 employees, assuming responsibility for this vital business area. And of course, he couldn't be on the stage because he will have a video. So I would disturb him with my talking. So I hope that Zoran is here with us.
Good afternoon. I'm very grateful and proud to receive this award, and I wish to congratulate all the winners. I often think about my journey in Bled School of Management. I learned a lot. I met very interesting people and professors, but the most important takeaway for me was that I learned a lot about myself, my strengths, my weaknesses, and my self-confidence. All this experience helped me when I became a CEO of Consum in very challenging time for the company. Together with the 10,000 employees, we successfully transformed the company, and now Consum is the #1 retailer in Croatia. Now I know that people are the biggest asset in the company, and I want to thank all of them. In the end, I want to give my special thanks to my family who supported me and to my colleagues who nominated me for this award.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Zoran will receive his award. And now I would like to invite to the stage Mona Negoe from Romania, board member, partner board member, and the head of Southeastern Europe, Pedersen and Partners, Romania, as I said already, EMBA 2006-2007. Mona is a partner at Pedersen and Partners, an integrated firm with 54 offices around the world, a board member and the head of Southeastern Europe. Through her outstanding career, she has built in executive search and leadership consulting at a global scale. With over a decade of consulting experience with Anderson, Mona transitioned to executive search in 2005 and has since then provided invaluable guidance to clients on complex matters such as leadership, corporate governance, and organizational issues, and has successfully led over 500 search mandates across a variety of sectors, including private equity, financial services, consulting, consumer goods, and healthcare throughout CEE countries. Mona, congratulations.
Thank you,
And a very big vase.
Stay next to me.
Thank you. So the photo? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Shall I?
Yes. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Danica. Thank you all. Thank you, the Alumni Club Romania, who nominated me. I'll be very short. So when I joined the program more than 15 years ago, The firm I'm working with had 8 offices, now in 8 markets in Central Eastern Europe. Now we have 54 offices in 50 markets around the globe, and I've been part of this amazing growth, amazing journey, working with opening markets in the region and beyond, innovating services, working with companies, large corporates, private equities, local champions in strengthening their leadership teams. And I've done all this with the example and the belief shaped by the school that although, so we are late, we may be late starters in the market economy, actually we are. So we need to leapfrog to be on par with leaders in developed markets. We need to challenge ourselves, we need to collaborate more, we need to be focused, and we need to show how brave and smart and creative we are, hence serious partners and serious contenders for the business, for the international market at large. And this is my modest contribution to the region and beyond the region, and both my challenge and achievement in my daily work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, our alumni club in Romania is very active, and we have more than 300 alumni in Romania. Of course, of MBA, there are about 50, I think 50, 60, but more than 300. So, the next one is Alexander Rajic, Vice President of AI Transformation, Infobip, Croatia. EMBA and Master of Science 2007.
Yeah,
Immediate time. Congratulate you. You know, in that time, you firstly had to make an MBA, and later the government gave a possibility that you got still, for Slovenian government, that you still got a master. So he was adding to this MBA still study. Today you receive both diploma on the same time. You see? So it's good to think about coming, you know, for MBA. So, as an IT professional, his career of Alexander Rajic, spans successful project oversight and CEO roles in major enterprises. He recently, when I say CEO, it means CIO.
CIO.
Yes, in major enterprises. He recently spent 3 years as Vice President of People and Transformation at Infobip. Who doesn't know this famous company? Focusing on integrating acquired companies and valuing people as the company's key asset. In the past 6 months, Alexander led an AI-focused team, optimizing internal processes and embedding AI into Infobip's product and cloud communication platform. Now, in his new role, he'll exclusively drive AI initiatives, empowering Infobip and its customers to deliver personalized AI-enhanced experiences across various use cases. His unwavering commitment to tech-driven innovation positions him as a visionary leader and harnessing AI. So, congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah, it's not a good light there.
Yeah.
See, so Alexander,
thank you very much.
Yours.
Thank you.
And this also.
Okay.
Just to see how heavy it is. Still a little bit more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. It's really thanks to Alumni Club. It really it matters to me to be in this team of awarded alumni. I would just say a couple of words about my experience with the school. So when I came here, my roots are mathematicians and computer science person. But when I came here, actually school helped me to broaden my knowledge and understand that there is a different area, which is not just IT, which was my kind of, let's say, jealous area, which I was very interested in.
But after that, this helped me really to run different roles, including CEO of the company and, acquisitions, integrations, and HR, which is like not really computer science specific. And now AI at Infobip, but like school helped that. I think without having this school, Bled School of Management in my career, I will never be able to really kind of go with that my career development in so different areas. So I thank to school really for that. And I think what I have learned over the time is that actually you don't need to know everything, right? You don't need to know everything, but you need to like really work in a collaborative way, bring cross-functional experts, people from different angles. And then, if they work well as a team, then you can solve all problems. That's same for AI, same for integration of the company, same for digitalization and so on. So that's my lessons learned, which I want to share. Also, maybe because conference is also about AI, just to mention that, in that area we're doing cool stuff. So, for example, if you like to cook, go to Kulinarka. Kulinarka has AI enabled by Info. We have numerous clients. We're also developing some specific things like neural networks. So for some clients, we have like neural networks we trained to, for example, recognize when you pick up the phone, is it a human or a machine in very short amount of time. We do that for Uber and some other clients. Also, let's say we have like neural networks to eliminate noise. So we have your like communication, let's say voice call, and then you have your dog barking. We eliminate dog in 100 milliseconds. So you continue. So dog continue to bark and you have normal conversation and also other noises. So there is a lot of like usage of AI, but you need to speak with your clients, innovate together with your customers, have cross-functional team, and then AI will work for you. This is what I wanted to say. Maybe just if you think about the future of AI, because there was a lot of questions like, what will happen in 10 years from now. I think it's a good idea always to use a little bit help of wine when you think about the future, so cheers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have the lady, Lidija Žigić, CEO of Nova Ljubljanska banka in Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. She graduated in MBA 2019-2020. And Lidija is unfortunate today. Ljubljanska banka has an event where all CEOs came together, so nobody from them, from the leading people are here, unfortunately. Lidija has over 2 decades of experience in the finance industry with a focus on managerial and leadership roles. In January 2017, she was appointed as a CEO of Nova Ljubljanska banka in Sarajevo, having previously served as a board member for 2.5 years. Under her guidance, the bank underwent a successful transformation from a traditional institution to a modern, digitized one, gaining strong brand recognition in the market. Lidija's achievements have been acknowledged with several awards, including the Zlatni Golden BAM in 2019 for her success as a female banking executive. She was also named Woman of the Year in 2018. So, is she there already? Yes, she is. I also would like to add one word. Lidija was showing how important she is as a role model in Sarajevo for women is that Slovenian ambassador brought some top ladies from Sarajevo to come to visit our school, and her, when she studied here, the group of ladies came from Sarajevo here to talk with Lidija. So this is what I like to remember. So congratulations, Lidija, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Danica. Thank you very much. You cannot imagine how sorry I am that I'm not in most beautiful school with a view that actually changed my view on many things. So thank you for all these nice words. I congratulate to all winners today. Best regards to all professors and to all school employees. I wish you that you continue for many years to come. And it is really my great satisfaction and honor that I'm winning this award. This prize really acknowledges my work and will furthermore improve my self-belief. It's really, I have to say that this school and this program that I attended, the MBA program, really changed my view on certain things. And when Danica was mentioning that our bank is transforming from a traditional bank to a modern digital bank, school does have a lot to do with it. Because my final project and projects of the team that worked with me was digital transformation of NLB Bank, and I can really proudly say that we did it and that we are actually overachieving, and that we hope that we will prove that this was one of the best projects implemented in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So I really thank you a lot and hope to see you soon alive, to have some glass of wine. Danica, you know that I like wine quite a lot. You forgot to mention one important thing, that I'm also ambassador for Slovenian wine in Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is special, let's say, thing that I got it. So enjoy, and thanks a lot once and again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we have a little surprise for you, and that is the Slovenian director of the company Elementum would like to present to our award winners the silver coin as the sign of attention of company Elementum, of course Elementum, our main sponsor of this event. So here they are.
Thank you very much. Can I
Thank
say
you.
a little
Yes,
word?
please.
Thank you. Yes, today we spoke a lot about artificial intelligence, but we see that all of you which are here have a lot of human intelligence, which is very important. But we must not to forget as well the earth intelligence, and that must be in some kind of balance. And that's why we decided to give all of the 5 awards winning persons the special gift. It's from the human intelligence products. It's silver and it's a wood. So please, if I could give you to all of that special silver coin. Here on that coin is on one place, it's our very famous architecture. It's human intelligence. It's Jože Plečnik, which is a very famous Slovenian architecture and architect. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Thank you.
It's very special.
It's very special.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
much. Yes, to make one nice picture.
Lydia, for you it will come to Sarajevo.
Thank you very much.
Don't you worry.
It's a special silver coin for you. Hello.
Nice from you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, silver. Ah, that's really great. Yeah, super. Thank you so much.
I look forward
nice
to have a nice remember.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And for other 2, we would ship it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really nice. And thank you. Now we are really. With Lydia. Okay. Hurry up because people are really getting hungry. Come. Because we want to have. But where is Lydia now? Lydia is here.
They have 2 screens.
Okay.
They will combine.
Okay. Okay. You have to recognize that our